Hello again, Struck, welcome back to another stream of mine. I am back into Torchlight 3 for more farming, hopefully to get some of the new items, get that new Ancient Ember set, one by one, piece by piece. And by the way, what we're seeing here is probably, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but that's probably a new upcoming hammer, a rail hammer. This is a sneak peek that I didn't realize yesterday, but yes, it is a sneak peek of an upcoming new item most likely. I think we used to have certain of those things before in the game. I'm pretty sure this is the Bone Razor. And I'm pretty sure I've seen this before, maybe it still exists in the game, and I know this exists in the game. But this rail hammer I have not seen, or I have not equipped one such. So that's probably an upcoming rail hammer with a future update. I'm kind of wondering what rail hammer that would be, whether it's gonna be something more skeleton related. Maybe instead of the Greatsword of the Lost Legion, actually no, the Greatsword of the Lost Legion is good because it's for every class. I was gonna say maybe it would have been better if it was the rail hammer, but it's not usable by every class and it wouldn't have been fair. But yeah, let's do some more farming today. More of what we did yesterday, farming the endgame. By the way, did they hotfix the contracts? Or can we still get legend? Oh, we can still get legendaries. Okay, let's use it. Let's use it to get some Ember Heart items. Which reminds me, I need to get rid of some items from my inventory. Oh, the Ebon Grasp. So that's the one from the screenshot. But I don't think I've seen the rail hammer. Maybe in the alpha before the beta wipe, but in any case, let's go to my fort and start doing some end game. I'm wondering if anyone has already tested some of the new items and can share their experience regarding those new set items. They all seem pretty decent. They all seem pretty cool and nice to have. So let's see. Should I put some stuff in the storage? I kept getting rid of old WoW level items yesterday. Maybe I can get rid of some more WoW level items that are not needed. I can probably get rid of this. I don't think I'm gonna use this. What's not 60? This is 59. 52. I don't think I'm gonna use this. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna use this, but let's keep it for now. Let's get rid of some of those. Maybe feed them to the tree. The tree of work could use some stuff. It could use some nutrition. We need to feed that tree to grow. Let's get rid of this. And yeah, I think that's enough for the tree. Let's go give him some items. Come on, tree. Oh, I forgot we have to hold now. Not a fan of this holding. It's just prolonging something that shouldn't be that long. And see, there's even delay before the item actually gets fed, so it's double the slowness. Alright, let's go do some dungeon now. I'm looking for infamous uniques to farm Fane for gear bundles. If I can find infamous uniques, I can do this level 33 spiders with uniques. Spiders with uniques seems fair enough. Come on, uniques infamous, where are you? It's probably still not loaded. I mean, not road. But yeah, infamous uniques is what I'm looking for. I'm gonna check everything that's over level 60. Although even if it's under level 60, it's still not bad to farm it if you're farming it for the fame, but I'd rather be able to get drops from, well, from gear drops from the enemies. Yeah, we're gonna do that level 33 map. It's the only uniques map. And Thomas says, hello, I'm new. What rate did you give the game? Well, what rating I would give the game? Do I need to put it in numbers? Because in numbers I would probably give it 65-70% if you want me to give it numbers. And it's not a high number only because there's a single endgame activity. And because there isn't enough customization crafting options. You only have enchanting, and that's it. You don't have any real crafting other than enchanting for now, but the enchanting could turn into item crafting if they add some options where you can craft a piece of gear. But for now that's missing, and that's something I really need in my game when it launches, to give you customization options. So I'm a big fan of the game, and I have been for a long time. But certain things I wish they would have added before launching instead of rushing, which would be one more at least endgame activity, and options to customize our item affixes. If those things were existent, this game would have gotten a very high rating from me. I mean, I never give games ratings. When I review a game, I don't give them ratings. I just list the pros and cons and let the people decide for themselves. Because for some people, something that might be pro for me might be a con for them. And for some people, something that's a big con for me might be a minor con for them. Everyone has different tastes and different things that they like, so I'd rather not put numbers on my reviews and just be as detailed as I can in my analysis of the game when I'm doing my review. I personally still am a fan of the game, even with those things missing that I mentioned. I still love it. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, this game. Not everyone will love it as much as I did. But there definitely are people who enjoy it, especially now that they fixed the drop rates, which were a little bit lower than one might want them to. That's pretty decent news. And thank you, Memdu. Thank you, Memdu, for following me, and I can hydrate after this fight. I need to get away from the spirit, but yeah, Memdu just redeemed hydrate on Twitch to tell me to hydrate. Okay. There we go. So Thomas says, thanks, yeah, I'm good with how you review games. Well, I'm glad to hear this. I'm glad to hear this. But yeah, if you're interested on YouTube, I do have a review where I'm mentioning all those things and more regarding what's good. And I try to be very in-depth. When I do certain types of content, I do try to be in-depth. The same way yesterday I made the patch notes overview, and I did add some commentary to some of the patch notes that were my own highlights. I could have just listed the patch notes and just read what was written on the website, but I just prefer to add a little bit of a comment for certain things. Some people love the info, and I love people like that, and I like making content that they can enjoy. There are certain things the game doesn't tell you, and you have to figure those out yourself. And yeah, I try to make as many things as possible clear to players, new and old, returning players alike. This skeleton. Okay, I'm done with the quest. I can just end this map maybe. Or should I keep farming it for unique enemies? Come on, take it, take it. I'm trying to somehow be within damage range, but this spirit is so annoying. One of the most annoying map modifiers, if not the most annoying map modifier. The one with this spirit. It's not hard to deal with him, it's just it's prolonging the map runs unnecessarily by having to constantly move away from his AoE. It would have been much better if the map was spawning enemies next to you every now and then that you could kill, instead of this guy constantly following you around. So it would have been nice if Angered Ancestors actually had more than a single ancestor, and it was and they were constantly spawning next to you, ambushing you. That would have been the way I would have done Angered Ancestors. Get some melee and ranged skeletons constantly spawning around you as spirits. So sometimes it might be in the worst possible time while you're dealing with a big pack of enemies, and make it so that they don't give XP to not make it abusable. And that would have been pretty decent, instead of this guy constantly following you around with that annoying slow AoE. Although no one would really care about the XP if they're at this stage. At this stage people would be most likely they would most likely be max level if they're doing challenge level 33. Okay, is this guy elite or not? I can't see. I don't think he's an elite. Alright, I'm not gonna kill it. I just go to the boss fight. Thomas says, I have watched your patch notes video. Does multiplayer increase the drop rate for rare items? Well, not directly, but you do get 20%, not 20%, you get 15% gear work if there is one or more people in the same instance as you. Gear work does not mean chance to get items, it means chance to get items. Which indirectly means more rare items, because if you're getting more items, you're gonna be getting more legendary items. Gear work is limited at 100%, so you getting 15 is a decent amount for just having another player in the map with you. It doesn't matter whether it's 1, 2 or 3 players with you, it's always gonna be a 15% buff. Then there's also another thing, if you're playing with another person, whoever is visiting the other person's fort can go and donate items into the other person's tree of work. So let's say you're in your fort and you have your friend with you in your fort and you're doing Fazir dungeon runs. Well, in between dungeon runs, your friend can go to your tree of work. I'm gonna show you what a tree of work is in a moment, and they can donate an item. That item lets your tree of work grow if it's not already max level, and it gives him 300 second buff of a certain amount. It depends. It would depend whether the item is white, green, blue and orange, or whether the tree of work is level 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. The higher the tree of work and the rarer the item, the more gear work you can get. So at tree of work level 5, a blue item gives you 16% gear work. If you combine that 16% with the 15% from being in a team, with the 20% from playing on Ridiculous, with 50% on a map, if you get a gearworky map, you get 101%, which is 1% over the cap. So you can easily reach the cap by just playing with one more person. Of course, your friend will not get that buff. Your friend will not get the gear work buff. Which is kind of annoying, because it's kind of forcing people to constantly switch between one person's fort or another. And it's making it a handicap for the host, for the one whose fort everyone is standing in. It would have been much better if the host also got this buff when you donate to their own tree of work. Alright, more holy boat items. I keep getting holy boat stuff. This is Absolver, no, this is... yeah, I'm gonna need to do something, just a moment. I might have to do it like this. What's the spirit well, holy boat? I don't need this. This is Holy Fury, Cloak of Flames, Entropy. I think I already had an Entropy shoulder here. Entropy and Gold Work and Bok Chance, but maybe this one is better. It's more Bok Chance, but no socket, so not so great. Alright, I'm probably gonna get rid of this. Let's do the next dungeon. I hope I can find a good Hivit dungeon as well. What's this one? No uniques. What this one? No uniques. This one? No uniques. If you're wondering why I'm doing uniques, I'm taking advantage of the fact that they they reverted the contracts to legendary gear bundles, which will soon be changed because it was not intended. So I'm trying to farm fame so I can get legendary gear bundle things. And uniques with infamous is super nice for fame farming. And with fame I can just get contracts rewards. Okay, 70 is uniques. Well, there is no uniques infamous, so I'm just gonna do this uniques reliquarian. And why uniques and not infamous is the priority? Unique enemies give you 3 times the fame of a purple enemy, if I'm not mistaken. In an infamous map, not every enemy will be uniques. There will be purple and legendary enemies, and those would give you 2 times the fame. And uniques would give you 2 times the fame. But in a uniques map, every single champion will be unique. So in cases where you would get 2 times the fame, you would actually be getting 3 times in some cases. And I guess 60% in other cases. Oh shit, my telephone. Alright, just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. I'm gonna mute myself. Sorry for that. It was an important phone call. It was an important phone call because I ordered my new PC case like an hour ago, and they didn't call until now to confirm the order. But yeah, okay. I was waiting. I gave them enough time. I guess they wouldn't call me because they sent me an email and an SMS. But they still did call to confirm, which is nice. But yeah, what was this map? Stage number 17. Stage 17. Let's do round 2. Round 2. Okay, here we go. I've got enough potions. Come on, come on. Oh wow, I forgot he's exploding. See, those things you can't see. Sometimes when you have Dark Spears or Damnation or Consecration, you just can't see those things, like this one. Sometimes they're just hard to see. They really need to make it stay on top and maybe make it different color, something that you can easily tell is dangerous. Because right now it just sometimes blends in with things like Consecration or Dark Spears or Damnation or other AoEs, and you can't see them underneath those AoEs every time. Especially with the yellow Consecration, it's much harder to tell compared to the purple AoEs. Ah. There used to be in the alpha explosive end maps, explosive end affix, where every single enemy, after they die, would get some explosion on their body with a delay. They did not have the same animation, it was a different, it was like some sort of a... It was similar to the current explosive end NPC affix, but for the full map, and it was like something dropping from a top instead of a fireball exploding like it is right now. It was like a bomb dropping from the top, like those cartoon bombs. And the round cartoon bombs with the thing, with the fuse. And Thomas says high-end face. Well, the case I ordered is Fentex 500. Fentex. I'm gonna give you the name. It's not really high-end, but it has USB Type C and it has very good airflow. And I can put water cooling at the top. I'm gonna try and give you the name, although I don't remember it, but Fentex 500 ADRGB, that's it. I'm gonna copy paste it. It was either this case or Be Quiet 500DX. But I watched reviews in the Gamers Nexus on this one and on the Be Quiet 500DX, and I decided that this one is the better one. So it's not a special case, but it's a good case for a good price with good with a mesh in the front, so good airflow, and I can put 360 water cooling at the top. Because with the Be Quiet I could put up to 280 water cooling at the top, but the Be Quiet has another filter behind the mesh, which kind of makes the airflow a little bit worse. But yeah, it's not a special case. It's okay though. It's fine for the price, and with some discount I managed to get during Halloween, which shaved off a little bit of the price. It's pretty decent. Why I spent so much on a case? Because it has USB-C front panel, and my motherboard doesn't have USB-C, and I wanted this case. Very good breathability, good airflow. I'm not gonna say it's high-end, but it's probably mid-end. And again, it has very good cable management at the back. It has very nice features in general. I mean, I watched a bunch of videos about it, about different cases before I decide which one to get. And this one's good. Again, I said it was either this one or the Be Quiet. I was watching what I can get discounted in my country and what has USB Type-C. Without USB Type-C, I can't use my webcam. My webcam I can still use right now with an extension card, USB Type-C extension card, but I'm not a fan of using it that way because it gimps my FPS and it gimps my resolution down. So yeah. I think it's definitely a good case for the price though. But for some people that might be too much of a price for a case. I guess it's it all depends on what people like. I'm not a fan of RGB though, so I hope I can switch off the RGB. The less lights on my case, the better. I don't like my PC case to be a Christmas tree. Because the new trend is to put your Christmas presents next to your PC case instead of the Christmas tree, with all the RGB going on. Alright, let's see. More Spirit Well affixes are dropping. And Druid says, is the Flaming Destroyer or Electrode better for a Dusk Mage when it comes to damage? Well, I would say the Electrode is more about damage from procs. If you want damage from procs, or if you want super high burst, 1000 volt burst is better damage than Summoning Smash as a burst. Sword Smash is not better damage than Chaotic Strikes either. So if you're going for a build equal to mine, like a Chaotic Strikes build, and you want to be spamming close range like this one, to dump energy, and by dumping this energy you're generating charge for this one. Now you could probably be better with Electrode. You're gonna have good procs, you're gonna have Chaotic Strikes, which is located here on the Electrode. You're gonna have 1000 volt burst, and over here on the Electrode you have a passive, very nice passive called Lightning Strike. You really want that. And then there's a passive code over here on the Electrode called Tingling Sensation, which can give you, even if you have 1 point, it prolongs the shock chance by 3 seconds. So regardless whether you spend 1 or 5 points, it's always gonna give you extra 3 seconds shock duration. So if your weapon or whatever else gives you shock chance for 1.1 seconds, this can make it to 4.1 seconds, which can increase your DPS, not directly, but yes, it will, by keeping the shock for longer on the enemies. Even if you have lower chance to shock, this prolongs it, so it's a good passive indeed. Look at this guy constantly spamming grenades. They should add some cooldown on this dude's attack with the grenades. And let's see what Kedrick says. My case is 30 bucks, yours is 200. Oh, it's not 200 bucks, my case. It's not 200, at least not in my country. At least in my country it's not. I managed to get it at a decent price. And no, I didn't buy RAM because I still haven't gotten my revenue for this month from Google. I guess I'm gonna get it after the 31st. But yeah, I've gotten my eye on this RAM stick. It doesn't have B die, but it's the just a moment. I'm gonna get a couple of Trident Z Neo 32 gigabytes. Couple of 16 paired as a total of 32. So Trident Z Neo CL16, but not the one with Samsung B die, unfortunately. I'm gonna get the one with 16, 19, 1939 timings. So I'm gonna try and find you the link. Just a moment, if you're interested in exactly which one. I mean, it's not the best, but it's the best I can find with 3600 CL16 in my country. It's very hard in my country to find CL16 3600 timing and frequency RAM. But yeah, this is the one. If you check this link, that's the one I'm gonna get. It's not perfect, but it's fine. And again, I found it discounted from one store, so I can save some money compared to some of the other places in my country. I can save a couple of, let's say 20, 30. Let's say 20 euro roughly. I'm gonna convert it into euro. I can save 20 euro off of the price if I buy it from another place. And I'm also gonna get water cooling. Again, discounted water cooling that saves me. It saves me around 30 or 40. Let's say it saves me like 30 euro with the discount that they have in one of the places here. I'm getting the Cougar Aqua 360 all-in-one water cooling. It's not great, but it's water cooling, and right now I'm using some regular fans on my CPU. I really don't need the water cooling, but you never know. It's better to have more cooling than you need instead of less cooling than you need. Still not sure if I want to overclock something, but in case I want to, in case I do some overclocking, I'd rather have the cooling ready. And it looks better. It definitely looks better with the water cooling. It keeps dropping me some nice items. Like look at this beauty. If this beauty had a socket, I would have equipped it, because this absolver damage would be better than the poison damage. I can even demonstrate it right now. See, 24,000 absolver damage. With this one, it's probably gonna go 29. Just waiting for this. 28. So that added 4,000. That was like 1/5 increase of my damage. But I still prefer the defense from the other one for now. But yeah, the game's been dropping some interesting things. It's pretty nice to see how many useful things are dropping. How am I doing with the gold, by the way? Damage with energy spike, that's pretty nice. What's my current leg armor? Damage with absolver. Yeah, I'd rather have damage with absolver, because I'm spamming absolver, not energy spike. could probably keep this here. Man, I can't wait to start making builds with all the damage affixes that the game is throwing at me. And this build should be coming tomorrow as a video. Regardless of what items I get, I will be making it as a video tomorrow. Not getting lucky with the maps though. Come on, maps, give me something unique, infamous. Unique's Icebreaker, 25 Stormbringer. Okay, I'm gonna remember 25. Or this one, 24. That's Berserker Pet, and this one is Icebreaker. Yeah, Berserker Pet might be the better option. So, okay, 24 for now is my stop. Yeah, we are not getting a unique infamous. Okay, let's go to stage 24 and do this one. And Druid says, thank you, I started playing this game after watching your videos. Virtual Hook, you got this. Thank you very much for the emotes, and I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying the content, and I hope you enjoy the game as much as I do too. Okay, just a moment folks, I'm grabbing my cable to plug my mouse. There we go. Nedgar says, did you think that Cold Heart can be viable for damage or just defensive purposes? It can be viable for damage, but not as viable as the other relics. I mean, Ice Shield is a good skill, and so can be Snowstorm to boost your damage and to freeze enemies, but it's very good for crowd control. With all the freezing, it's good. And yeah, there's three skills in the Cold Heart relic that I recommend using, which is Ice Shield, Cold Front, and Snowstorm. The rest, actually Energizer as well. Don't forget about Energizer. So 3 skills and 1 passive. The rest seems super underwhelming for now, until they kind of rework it a little bit. We'll see whether with the next big patch we would see some changes for the Cold Heart passives. And I haven't tested the Golem recently. After yesterday's patch I didn't test how strong the Golem is. Apparently they did something to the Golem. And apparently the Golem wasn't doing all of its damage from the tooltip. So that's something I wanna test too. But I've got two more heroes to test with 2 more relics. I've got a Blood Drinker left, and I've got Cold Heart. And those would be, one of them might be a Forged, the other one would be any other hero. I'm gonna probably try a Railmaster with the train. Maybe Summoner Railmaster, or I can try Summoner Sharpshooter with the Blood Drinker, healing my summons. We'll see. With all the new affixes that increase the damage, even a Blood Mage would be fun as a summoner to try healing my summons. If I can boost the damage of Spirit well and get a ton of summons, I'm wondering if a Blood Drinker build on a Dusk Mage would be fun. But yeah, I'm wondering what to do with... I'm trying to do things I've never done. I'm trying not to repeat my old builds with minor changes, but to make builds where I'm using completely different skills, and I'm using completely different relic skills as well. So I'm already at the part where I'm trying to show more variety, not just pick a class and a subclass and then do whatever. With my first builds, that was the case. I would pick a class and I would pick a subclass and then do whatever build I do. But now I'm trying to make sure I'm not repeating my old builds when I revisit the same class and subclass. And I enjoy it. I enjoy testing new builds and figuring out new synergies and testing those new synergies. Especially now with the new items. Every single build of mine needs some sort of rework now with the new items. Because there are some great things in that new set. I'm gonna wait for them to rework the affixes, to fix the affixes that are missing on legendary items, because legendary items are supposed to get every single affix a blue item can get, but right now that's not the case. So when they redo it, then I will rework all of my builds to no longer suggest wearing blue items, but to rather suggest wearing 3 pieces of one set with 3 pieces of another set, so you can get more legendary powers in your build from wearing those items. For now, I don't suggest it until they make legendary armors get flat and percent elemental damage, and until they make legendary weapons get flat damage as an affix, because right now they don't. If you've noticed, legendary weapons don't get flat damage affixes, only the one that's at the top, only the innate, the one here where it says 5000 fire. But yeah, if you take a legendary, any legendary, most likely you will just see some things like crit chance, crit damage, skill levels and things like this. But you're not gonna see flat. Come on. Come on, there we go. Oh wow. Boom. Firewall, let's see what stats are on it. I want to try a fire starter firewall kind of setup eventually, after they improved it. That's a very good defense, very good defense. I'm even gonna wear this. Less chance to walk, and no chance to slow, but I can slow with Dark Spears in any case. And yeah, I'm losing the stun, but I can do this now. I can kind of get rid of those pens for now, and just put the fire starter here. And test how the double damage for this one works. And by the way, Kedrick, 16 GB is not enough for me because I export with Premiere. In fact, even 32 GB is not enough for Adobe Premiere. Most editors and content creators and things like that, people who use After Effects and Premiere, would agree that 64 GB is probably a good amount of memory for that. So that's why I'm getting 2 times 16, so I can get 2 more sticks of 16 RAM later. Otherwise I could have just gotten 2 times 8 to match with mine. I could have gotten just something with mine, but mine is old frequency anyways. So I'm gonna keep my current RAM sticks for a replacement in case something happens with my new ones as a backup. But yeah, when exporting video content, especially if it's a long video content, RAM is super important to make it go quicker. And in general, when working during that time with the software, it's also super important. So 16 gigabytes is enough for gaming and for using your system and everything. But when it comes to using Adobe software, you would want some more RAM. That's why I want more. Thinking how to optimize my time as a content creator. And let's see what other comments I missed. Kedrick said he's going to a grocery store real fast and needs to buy some food for tonight and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Okay, Femme Fatale is back. Welcome back, Femme. Welcome back. How are you? Are you enjoying the update? Dark Spec 88 says, what would be a good lazy build? Good lazy build would be my Bane train build. The miasmic train. You can check my miasmic train. This is a good lazy build. It can't get any more lazy than a Bane train centric setup. So if lazy is what you want, that's kind of the build. I'm gonna give you the link to my website, and you can also check it on my YouTube channel. But over here on my website, struckquub.xyz, look for miasmic train Realmaster plus Bane build. That's the name of the build. And Haseo 0806 says, hi, can you share what's the farming rate for new gear? I don't know what the farming rate is. I don't even know what you mean by farming rate. You mean drop chances? The developers don't give us drop chances. There's no place where you can find the drop chance. I mean, I've already gotten the Great Sword. But the Great Sword doesn't drop just from the Fazir dungeon like the new sets. Whereas with the new sets, I haven't gotten a single piece yet. I played for 2 hours yesterday. I didn't have much time yesterday because of editing. But today I didn't have much to edit, so I'm starting my stream earlier. And today I will see, after farming for several hours, whether I would be able to get at least one piece. If you want to get those pieces, you're probably better off farming gear wiki maps. I'm not farming those maps right now. I'm farming unique maps because I want to get those gear bundles. I can always farm that new gear later on gear wiki maps, but for now my focus is on uniques, or if possible uniques infamous. So I can farm fame before they remove the legendary gear bundles from the what's it called? From the contracts rewards, because they accidentally reverted the legendary gear bundles in contract rewards, which means you can get guaranteed legendaries. And since RNG doesn't really like me much, I'd rather get those guaranteed legendaries while I can before they revert the change. You never know, most likely they can hotfix it today or on Monday or during the weekend if they're not busy. So yeah, I'll use this opportunity to farm as much fame as I can for as many gear bundles as I can before they get removed. I find it funny how casting Sword Smash doesn't rotate your character every time. Sometimes it would just cast it without finishing a rotation. It's weird. See, this time it rotated. Even some small small differences I could see like now. But see, sometimes I would move my cursor too quickly and it would just cast in a direction where the hero is facing rather than where my cursor is. I was just messing around and testing this. Getting close to the boss fight. Okay, let's use only dark skills for a bit. Quickly before the harmonic form. Yes, I managed to teleport right when harmonic form started. The problem is, I think I kind of glitched it. Yeah, I think I found the bug. I think I found the bug. I've got harmonic form without activating it, maybe, or maybe I don't know. It might not have been a bug. I didn't manage to get before it expired. Well, still, I managed to squeeze some damage at the start. Some bursty DPS. Another Panopti Fist. It's time for some Panopti Fisting. Should I go use some Spirit Well? Another entropy item. Then those entropy items are dropping like crazy. Oh, entropy is one of my favorite skills. Entropy and Absolver are my preferred DPS skill combo. This time I decided to just not use entropy like my pyromancer, just to be different as a build visually. Like if you see my pyromancer and you see this build, you can tell they're different builds just by seeing some gameplay footage, because I'm using, instead of entropy, energy spike, and instead of radiant blast I'm using absolver. But my preferred combo for any mage build on any relic would be absolver and entropy. That's my preferred combo, with some dark spears to add extra dark buff bar recharge. Let's see, I'm actually gonna need to send the pet. Let's give my tree of work some food. Food for growth. Oh, I'm so used to clicking instead of holding. So entropy shoulders. Let's compare. Well, I like the ones without the bok chance more. Should I do a Gearwalkie map? Let's do a Gearwalkie map. But let's try and find a better Gearwalkie map. Only one Gearwalkie map, then I'm going back to the Fame grind. And speaking of Fame grind, I'm gonna need to go to the city soon. Oh, Gearwalkie, this one is not bad. Let's do this one because it's high vid and I need high vid paste. And Thomas Prime says, are you a main mage in every ARPG? Well, I don't have main heroes. Thank you very much, Nam Gwen, for following me on, for subscribing to my YouTube channel. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. But yeah, as I said, Thomas, I don't have main heroes because I just make a lot of builds and I play every single hero. I normally like mages and I normally try and play with mages on my first playthroughs if I can in games. And you can consider those my mains if you want, but again, I try to play every single class with all sorts of different builds and just make those builds for everyone to test themselves as well. So yeah, I'm kind of the out addict, the one that is addicted to making new heroes and new builds. And it's what gives me fun in those games. If a game has bad build variety and diversity, I'm not gonna have as much fun as opposed to a game that has a ton of build variety and diversity. Whether it's from skills, whether it's from items, whether it's from both. Whether it's from classes, whether it's from subclasses, etc. It's good to have that variety for me. I like how they've expanded a little bit the Hivit maps. Let's see if this one is one of the expanded layouts. There we go. Like this. Come on, come on. Where are the enemies before my harmonic form ends? Well, it ended. Okay, there we go. Any good drops? No. But yeah, I've been noticing increased drops of both legendary and blue items. And not just on Gearwalkie maps, on all sorts of maps. So there's definitely an increase that you can notice. Much better than before. I'm not sure I really like this weapon damage on the fire starter. Every time I use a fire starter, it means I'm not using Absorber or something else, and that's just a huge damage difference. Yeah, I can do something like this, but the damage is super bad, so even with 80% damage it can't compare to some of the other things that you can get. Maybe while leveling up it's great to have fire starter and firewall, but other than that I don't think it's worth it. So yeah, let's bring back my pants here. It's just the better option, I guess, for now, until I get something from the new set. But yeah, I like how they've added more dead ends to those maps. Less of a straight line, more backtracking. Not saying that I'm a fan of backtracking, but at least if it's a small dead end like this one, it's not bad. more monsters, and Hivit maps in general are good, densely populated. I still miss the old Hivit maps though. The open zone Hivit maps. Over here. Gumchi, oh, welcome back, James. How are you today, James? Hasil says, may I know what difficulty you're playing? The difficulty you can see over here, it says ridiculous. Over here in the top right corner. They even made it little easier to tell what difficulty someone is playing by changing the colors of the name of the difficulty. But yeah, this is the hardest difficulty. But I'm only doing the beginning levels, the beginning stages of the Fazir. I'm not one that likes and enjoys pushing the Fazir further, because things take longer to kill there, and in general, you do have some super overpowered maps for farming. If you push to level 150, 151, you can get some amazing maps, but I'd rather not get attached to those maps, because you never know, they might nerf them, they might not. Whatever the case, I'd rather not get too attached to, for example, uniques and dividing. If you have a map that's uniques as a built-in from 150, 51, etc., and then you find a dividing with gear wiki on the cart. So, for example, over here on the site it should say uniques when you're doing the Fazir over here on the site, and then when you click the 3 cards, one of the cards needs to be dividing and gear wiki. And if you get such a map, it's gonna be the best drops of your life. So yeah. But those maps, you won't be able to get those maps built-in uniques until you push high enough into the Fazir's dungeon. I'm not sure at what level uniques starts becoming a built-in map, but around level 151 you get uniques plus another one as a built-in. So there's that to consider. Gumchi is saying, feeling great as always. Nice to hear that. You just woke up, so you saw me online and came to say hi. Thank you very much for coming by. I do appreciate this. Hey James, are you gonna play Godfall? Because people have been asking me if I'm gonna play Godfall. Oh, and my game crashed. Amazing. My game just crashed. Alright, let's restart the game. But yeah, I was asking if you're gonna play Godfall, because people have asked me if I'm gonna play it. And since Cyberpunk got delayed, that gives me 3 weeks of time where I can focus on maybe some Godfall instead of Cyberpunk at the second half of next month. So I'm gonna get Godfall and hopefully play it with my buddies. Well, you're gonna know me, and there's gonna be some people, some of the Struck Club members already bought the game. Like one person, Vitoxin, who comes to my stream every now and then, who also streams, I guess. He bought Godfall already yesterday when I told him about it. So I guess it made an impression on him, big enough to make him buy the game. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun to play. Not everyone likes the Epic Game Store exclusive thing, so that might hurt the sales, but in general, it seems like a fun game to spend some time. I'm not sure how much depth there will be, but I've seen the build diversity and variety. And if you have 125 skills and you have 50 levels, that's not bad. If you get 1 point every level, That still gives room to make tough choices. Which skill do I put my points into? Which skill do I not put my points into? And if you have different items giving you special affixes modifying certain skills behaviors, that also opens up some build variety. And as I said, I care about the build variety, so it's gonna be nice. Let's enchant this as well. How's my defenses right now? See, the defenses are not changing, they're broken. Do you see? I'm removing my armor and my defense is not going down. They broke something. they seriously broke something. What if I change my zone? Let's quickly go to... Let's just go to Travel Point. I wanna see if my defense will now change by not having any armor on me. See, if you remove your equipment during a map, like once you put it and then you remove it, it doesn't go down to 0. It doesn't read the changes, which is super weird. It's super weird that it works this way. That's a new bug. I'm pretty sure they're already aware of it, because yesterday people most likely reported it. Well, Gumchi says he's starting to like Epic Store more and more. I haven't used Epic Store since the last time I played Borderlands 3, so I don't even have it installed on my PC just because I didn't need it. Most of the games I play on Steam, but if a game is not on Steam, I'm gonna get the Epic Store. But it seems like an okay store. People were saying it's sniffing your data. And if that's still true, if it's still sniffing data and sending it to China, then I understand why people would want to stay away from it. But again, at least they're giving people free games, even if it's shitty games that most of the times people don't play. But sometimes there's good things, like when they gave away Torchlight 1 and 2. That was pretty nice move. Again, not all the people would want to play those free games, but it's free games. So it's some good thing about it. What I do like about Epic is the free content for Unreal Engine for developers. Every month they're releasing free content packs for developers that they can download for the Unreal Engine from the marketplace without paying. Most people would have Godfall on console. Yeah, that probably explains. I don't have console and I haven't had consoles in a long time. So PC it is for me. If my buddies buy it, that will be nice. If my buddies get Godfall, it will be nice, because I can play it with them. But there's gonna be people getting it. There will be probably people getting Godfall on PC. And crossplay is probably not out of the question. Maybe they won't start with crossplay, but eventually might code crossplay and make it a thing. I also don't care much what they do with my info, as long as they're not hacking my accounts and stuff. I don't care if they're using my info for statistical data, whether they're measuring what website I visit, how many hours I spend playing the game. Everyone does that. Everyone gathers info and statistics. Even Steam, every software, every store would gather some sort of information. Probably GOG wouldn't gather information. But yeah, it's the world we live in now. everything's getting monitored, and there are statistics and tables and spreadsheets that people watch to make decisions in regards to how to change their games. Even this game is constantly watching you and paying attention how many legendaries you get, how many maps you do per hour, what skills you use, what skills you don't use, and they pay attention so they can know if there's something wrong with some relic or some quas, if people are not using that relic or that quas. Although Michael confirmed it's super equal in regards to how often each relic is getting selected and chosen. He said it's scary equal. That's, I think, in his words, scary equal regarding what relics people are choosing as their subclass. Even Cold Heart, that's a little bit underwhelming right now with certain parts of it. Even that one is getting picked as often as the other relics. But yes, Sony definitely want money for crossplay. They're not fans. I can agree that they're not fans. Well, Xbox and PC crossplay is the good thing, I guess. Do we know if Godfall will have Xbox and PC crossplay? Because if they do, that's good news to me. But yeah, I haven't used GOG Launcher yet, but it seems like a good place. And the good thing about GOG is I can become a partner or whatever affiliate, and I can add a content creator code on GOG for people who buy games from there to generate revenue for me as a percentage, as an affiliate. I'm gonna look into that because I know YouTube partners have a chance of getting selected. I just never got this far to consider getting creator codes, but I might do it. I know Humble Bundle also does that. I wish Steam would have something like this, and I know the Epic Store has something like this as well. But the Epic Store, I guess, only does it for big channels, not for small partners. Alright, nice. Let's see if I missed some comments, some chat. How's the new legendary set? Well, Rahu, I haven't gotten a single piece, so I can tell you it's good, because I saw the things in the I saw in the legendarium what the new set can give you. I can show you. I mean, I haven't tested it, but you can easily see it if you scroll down here. You can see what each of the pieces gives you. See, this one gives you, if you cast Summoning Smash, 50% chance to gain a random shrine effect. Not bad. Not bad, because this one synergizes very well with this one. So the boots are amazing. The boots are my must-have item on most builds, because all the DPS you can get. The gloves are amazing as well for proc monster builds. Perfect for proc monster builds. Then this one is also amazing, the helmet. So in some builds I would love using the helmet, the shoulders and the boots. On other builds I might like using the legs and maybe the shoulders or helmet with the boots. I mean, there's some amazing things. And this ember chest on a melee ice shield build. This is so fucking fun. When you go below 25% HP, it triggers ice shield. Ice shield blocks the next 3 sources of damage. So this is basically you get invulnerability for the next 3 hits. Once your HP drops below 25% every 60 seconds with the set bonus. This is such a good item. It's just amazing. And it also works very well with Blood Drinker, because Blood Drinker would immediately do that healing over time buff for you. And yeah, it's your escape panic button kind of item. The emergency heal, emergency damage ignore, if you do it with Blood Drinker or Cold Heart. On all the other relics, it's not gonna be that effective, but it's still gonna be nice to get extra block or evasion or defense. But evasion, block or defense would not be as fun as damage sources blocked, ignored, and as healing with damage reduction. So there's definitely some good pieces with the new set. So everyone would have their own preferred choice of 3 pieces to wear, but again, they really need to fix the affixes first before I can consider 6 legendary items builds, 6 legendary set item builds, 3+3. I really want them to add flat and percent elemental damage and other bonuses that right now we can only get on blue gear. See, this poison damage, I cannot get it on legendary for now. I'm not sure I can get damage to Absolver on a yellow chest, but I think I can. So there's something I wouldn't mind considering. This is pretty strong duration. Okay, let's go finish this map, I guess. So there is no Godfall for Xbox at all. That's interesting. That is very interesting why there is no Godfall for Xbox. Exclusive deal, but if they did such an exclusive deal, that means maybe crossplay is not out of the question. Maybe Sony would wanna do that. We'll see. In any case, Godfall coming soon to my channel. And Gumchi, if you're not getting subscribers, again, try and do more content maybe. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's super hard to grow. In the first few stages when I was growing my channel, it was very difficult. And I just tried not to look too much in the numbers, to just keep making the content. To just keep making builds and guides and videos and build it and the day will come, as they say. No pun intended with my builds, but yeah, build it and they will come. And after Torchlight 3 launched, my channel got a very good boost. So all the work I put into Torchlight 3 was really worth it, and started paying off after the game launched. That year and a half of playing, streaming, making content for this game. Chaos Bane, on the other hand, before Torchlight 3 launched, I was getting better numbers in Chaos Bane. But Chaos Bane is... they're probably doing one last attempt to revive the game, but I bet PC gamers, most of the PC gamers, will not return to Chaos Bane. But I will still go back to the game, make a few builds for the new sets of the new hero, make some new videos, overviews of the new patch and so on as I do. But I'm expecting Chaos Bane to see increase in the numbers in new generation console players, because there's not that many games for the new generations, and they're kind of trying to get that share of the market. The new generation consoles with 4K, etc. We'll see what the new Chaos Bane patch will bring. There are some seriously broken things with the way Chaos Bane is in the end game, though. Oh, I shouldn't feed my tree anymore. It's level 4. I like to keep it level 4. Kai Urban says, how come you are farming low level maps? Don't you get lower drop rate? No, you don't get lower drop rate and fame. But yes, the high level maps are better to farm because they can give you better affixes. For example, you can get gear lucky here, you can get dividing here, and you can get over here uniques if you're farming for gear. But I'm not farming for gear, I'm farming for fame. So I'm farming infamous unique maps, so I can get fame for contract levels. So infamous unique maps can drop even on the wall levels, and wall level maps are easier to do. It's much quicker to kill enemies with less HP than enemies with more HP, obviously. So uniques essential. Okay, let's remember this one. Maybe I can do it. That was 28. So there's still a point in pushing further, because you can get better map affixes if you keep pushing further. But again, I'm not min-maxing my farming right now. Not the gear farming. I'm farming for bundles while I can, because soon we won't be able to get those bundles. Which reminds me, I probably need to go to the city. Okay, let's do one more map and then I can go to the city and collect some things, collect some bundles. Gumchi says there is a thing with exclusive deals. Sometimes PC and mobile are not part of the deal. Interesting. Thomas says, I remember watching the review of Godfall. It says PS exclusive, then I noticed there's an epic logo at the end. I mean, it's published by Gearbox. Gearbox and Epic Store are very tight. They had an exclusivity deal with Borderlands for 6 months. And I guess Gearbox really liked that Epic money. So they decided to do the same thing with Godfall. But see, Gearbox was developers of Borderlands. And 2K was the publishers, whereas with Godfall they're the publishers and not the developers. So even more money for them, I guess. We'll see. They liked sucking on Epic's teeth so much. They like the taste. They like the taste. So they decided to get a deal again. I can't blame them. I mean, if they can make better money, it's business. I mean, it's business. people still could get Borderlands eventually on Steam, and many people played it on Steam and got it on Steam, waited for 6 months. Whether it was worth the wait, as a game, Borderlands 3 was amazing as a game, but as an endgame experience, it kept getting worse and worse for my taste. Maybe for other people's taste not, but for my taste it kept getting worse, especially with those exclusive time-limited wood that you can only get between this day on that day on the next month and so on. So for a limited time to be able to farm this type of content and get that type of wood, it fits MMOs, it doesn't fit wooter games, like shooter wooters especially. If only they did it the way they did it in Borderlands 2. You get that Halloween DLC and it's there forever, and you can farm the wood from it as much as you want. You get that Christmas DLC, it's there forever, you can farm the wood anytime you want. I liked it in Borderlands 2, the way they did it. Now they're making second season, they started to whoop and reuse the old content, to reuse the old seasonal content, to reopen it. But again, if you keep it open permanently, it's gonna be much more fun, in my opinion. But they wanna make it sound like it's a big deal. And this type of stuff fits in MMOs like, for example, Guild Wars 2 and the Halloween event, and Easter events and Christmas events. In MMOs it really fits, because the way they're designed to have themed limited time events. And to just recycle those events every year with minor changes. But in a shooter-wooter game like Borderlands, I do not agree this really is a fitting way of handling content. Especially with wood that can only drop from the monsters from that event. And that makes you be overpowered because of how strong it is. Let's see what's gonna happen with Godfall. How they're gonna handle their DLCs. Are there gonna be limited time DLCs? Is there gonna be a limited wood that you can only get through certain periods of time? Let's do the dead end first, maybe. Those exploding enemies. Alright, let's get this one. Gimchi says he has two big books of the art of Splatoon, Nintendo game. Interesting. I've seen Splatoon but never played it myself, so I'm not sure how fun it is, but it looks like a fun game to pass some time. The art of Borderlands more than the game. Oh, I also love the art of Borderlands. I'm a big fan of art in games and collecting screenshots and character images and things like that. I have a big collection for this game of things from different Steam and Trevo posts. And Daniel H, the higher difficulty is not more AXP. Sorry for the late reply. I tried to reply in between maps. So Daniel, if you're still there, you don't get more XP on higher difficulties directly, but you still do get more champions, which means more XP. So if you play on a higher difficulty, you don't get more XP per kill, but you get more XP per map because there's more champions, and champions give more XP. than regular monsters. I hope it makes sense the way I explained it. And when playing with teammates, the same thing. You're gonna get more monsters, but not more XP per kill. But more XP per map if you clear the whole map because of the better density. So I think this is a very nice way of handling it. Very interesting way of handling it. So anyone else who was wondering this, now you know. And you get more fame. Playing on higher difficulty gives you more fame. Ridiculous gives you 3 times the fame of practice. And fame would be equal more wood and more respectacles and things like that, because more fame means more contract levels. So in general, there are certain things that would want to push you towards playing on a higher difficulty. And with a decently synergized build, you don't have to have a meta build, just a mediocre synergized build. You can still do ridiculous. Yeah, maybe you can't push 251 with a mediocre build, but you can still do ridiculous level 60 enemies. Not as quick as a meta build, but still quick enough. So in general, there's a lot of good things in the game, as well as a few bad things that hopefully get resolved soon, or reworked, or improved. And we know that the developers really are trying their best to try and fix things as quickly as they can, but development takes time. It's not just fixing things, you have to test them to see they're not breaking new things. Like like this defense thing that ended up breaking the defenses, I guess. But yeah, they're already reworking the forged hero. They knew from feedback they received from the players that the forged feels a little bit underwhelming, especially the ranged forged. So they are already reworking it. What exactly this rework will include, I don't know. I doubt it's gonna be just rebalancing. Maybe there's gonna be some major changes, the same way we got harmonic form as a mechanic for the Dusk Mage compared to the old dark and light buff bar being separate with separate activation times. And the same way we got endurance reworked for the Realm Master. So they're not afraid, even after the game launches, to rework certain things, to make things different after receiving player feedback that those things don't feel as fun as they could. Noop is back. Noop says, do you think we will get more buttons, keys to put skills on? I doubt it. We already got more. We had 7, now we have 9. You saying seems the patch today means you can equip skills even if you have base 0 points in them. Yes, you can. I'm gonna demonstrate. See, I've got Consecration as level 0 plus 2, and I'm using it. And I can do this with Radiant Blast. I can do this with Luminous Run. And I can do this with Spirit Well, where I have 5 levels because of my helmet giving me 3 points. So I can use Spirit Well level 5 without putting a single point in it, which is super amazing. I'm a big fan of this change. This opens up a lot of possibilities. You don't have to one-tap skills to use them. You don't have to be one-tapping skills anymore. If you want Blasting Charge level 1, without the tier 1 bonus, which I don't think one would want it, but let's say if you want Dark Spears level 1, without the duration or without the cooldown, you can just put 0 points in it and use it. The same goes for things like Consecration or Luminous Run. If you want them just for the one tap, For example, I want to move quicker through a map, so I can combine both movement skills. Then I can quickly just change, boom, and then I get some damage, boom. And yeah, I like this. I like this change a lot. It makes sense, and it's nice to see them doing things like that for us. Wait, was this good? Chance to shock, damage, electrical. This is actually tempting. Let's wife bound it and put some damage in it. See if it's gonna be better than mine. Come on. Fire. Let's wife bind it. It's probably gonna be better because of the chance to shock, so the other weapon is going away. Which reminds me, I need to get rid of some wall level items. I can't keep so many wall level items here. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of this as well. And send the pet to sell. Oh, and I think I did a Hivit map earlier. I can maybe finally level. Finally, this is maxed out. Okay, let's see if I've missed some comments. Thomas says, well, I don't have it. My wallet for now is just for 2 games till December. So Godfall and Cyberpunk. Same for me. I actually haven't bought Godfall yet. I'm waiting to see if I can get a discounted deal on some of the websites that sell it. But I did get Cyberpunk because I saw a good deal. Gumchi says, Truck, why do you never do face cam? No, I just don't have USB-C on my case. My motherboard doesn't have USB-C, and my new case will have USB Type-C. That's why I actually rushed getting a new case. Otherwise, I would have saved my money for a new GPU and fuck the case and just do it with the old one. But I needed a case with a USB-C, and if I'm getting a case, I might as well get some good one that I can use water cooling on and just use the cooling on it. But yeah, I will be getting my webcam soon on my stream. For now, I just can't use it. If I use it, it can be 720p and only 30 frames per second. Because the expansion card I bought that gives me a USB-C slot from PCI Express, it's just not good. It doesn't work the same way as getting a cable to the front of the case. It's not that important for me. Having a face on the stream or on the content is not a must-have. It's definitely nice for streams, but for videos I do picture-in-picture, and if it was would I put picture-in-picture video of gameplay footage, or would I put my face in that corner? I'd rather put picture-in-picture footage while I'm talking about uniques and legendaries and skills and all of that, the way I do. But for streams I would use that camera as soon as I get my new case. And I just ordered my new PC case. So now I just need to get my green screen and get my lights, because normally I play in the dark. When I play it's dark, but I've got 2 lamps from IKEA, so I just need to buy light bulbs for those lamps, and I need to buy an extension because I only have 3 sockets on my extension and I need, well, I need more. I need 2 more for the lamps and maybe 1 more for I'm just gonna get a big extension with 6 or 9 sockets, or 10 even. So by the end of next month everything should be sorted. By the end of next month I should be ready with the camera, with the green screen, with the lighting, and everything. If I use a camera, I want to do it properly. I don't want to have that backyard basement look on my stream. I just want to do it properly, where my face is illuminated with at least 2 or 3 sources of light to avoid shadows. And yeah, where I have a green screen behind me, because the backdrop right now behind me is very boring. You don't want to see it. At least I wouldn't want to see it. But yeah, for now, Struck without a camera should do. If it doesn't, coming soon. If it doesn't, coming soon. Come on, come on. And see you, James. See you, James. Thanks for stopping by. And let's read some more chat. Gerard says, did you see Chaos Main update? Yes, I made a video about it. Not just seen it, I also made a video about it. And when the update comes out, I'm gonna make a big video about it, like I normally do. And I'm gonna stream it for a bit. So between Godfall launching and the Chaos Bane update, I will have 2 or 3 days to do some Chaos Bane streaming and some content. After that, it will be me shifting between one game and the other. Probably few days in Godfall, few days in Chaos Bane, maybe some Torchlight 3 again. I'm gonna be juggling 3 games, because there's gonna be content and updates for those games to cover. But yeah, I'm gonna try and not ignore my community in regards to Torchlight 3, in regards to Chaos Bane, or the new games that I'm planning to get. So it's gonna be a busy month. Just the way I like it. Having things to make content about, it's the way I like it. And Fred, welcome back, Fred, and Noob Noob. Not sure. Oh yeah, I didn't see the whole message. So Noob Noob says, yeah, I really like the change. Opens builds up a lot more. We will need to spend some time playing around with it once I found some better gear. And that was referring to the extra buttons. Oh yeah, and to the extra skills. It definitely opens up some fun builds by being able to use every skill as long as you have the Celestial, Cosmic, Mountain King or Musketeer sets. Fred says, happy I have good case now with USB-C, fast and wireless phone charging. Oh yeah, that's actually something I might use it for. But I won't have phone charging, because I'm gonna need not the USB-C but the USB-B or A. I'm gonna need the USB-A to charge my phone. Cause see, I'm getting a case that has the same plug as the plug inside at the bottom of my phone. That's the Type-C. But right now my charger gets plugged into the official Samsung charger. It's a USB Type-A to Type-C. So the Type-A goes into the AC adapter, and the Type-C goes into the phone. Just a moment, I noticed something. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. Okay, ready. I noticed that my buddy sent me a message on Messenger which switched off my phone. And I normally monitor my stream on the phone to see if it's running properly, because I don't have a second monitor. So if I wanna quickly check whether my stream is running or not, I just can look at my phone on my bed. It's much easier than out and tabbing. And I don't have room. Eventually, I'm probably gonna buy a second desk and put it next to my desk. But yeah, my desk is pretty small, but it's doing the job. It has enough room for my audio interface, enough room for my mic stand and my 2 lamps and my monitor. So it's getting the job done for now. But eventually, I'm gonna need another desk. But that's for next year. Everything's in the queue. But yeah, that's why I needed a minute there to see why my phone switched off. I was telling my buddy about this new PC case, and he said it's a good one, a little bit more expensive than my old one, but yeah, if he agrees, then that's good. I've already ordered it, so no going back now on the PC case. I've definitely decided it's a decent one. I'm loving the damage, by the way, of this build, and it's not min-maxed. For gear, and I don't have the new items. This build can only get better with the new items when they fix those affixes on legendary items. It's a pretty fun build though. Dusk Mage with the big swords. Slam those swords, smash those swords. And I've noticed I missed a room. I've missed a room over here. There might have been some uniques there to kill. Okay. Should I go clear out that room I missed? Come on. What's happening? It wasn't letting me cast a skill. And I had mana. Maybe I was stunned. Maybe I was stunned. Right, let's go check that room I missed. And then that room over there I've missed. 2 rooms. That's at least two potential green enemies. Ah, fuck, fuck, fuck. I don't have potions, so I have to be extremely careful. Please drop me a potion. Come on, come on, drop me a potion. Maybe 2. No. If only they had 100% chance on uniques to drop a potion when you kill one. The game tells me I've got 1 potion, but maybe that's a bug. I'm gonna check. Okay, I'm full. Unholy bolt damage. If it only had a socket, I would have kept it. I'm trying not to keep too many items without sockets. But I want to make an unholy bolt build with Absolver eventually. Similar to the one Michael made, but my version of it. But yeah, Electrode Unholy Bolt builds would be super fun to try. With all the casting speed you can get. Okay, there we go. Alright, now we're ready to go for the boss fight. Unfortunately, I fucked up my harmonic form. Should have saved it. Let's see if I've missed some comments. Fred NL says he went for the Be Quiet Dark Base Pro 900 Black Ref 2 mid tower. Seems like a good one. Definitely seems like a good one. Thomas says wanted to like Chaosbane, but the graphics sometimes it's about the graphics, at least for me. It's a little bit too grim and dark maybe for some people. But it's what it is. It's Warhammer fantasy, so it's kind of like that. And it looks really a lot like Diablo 3 graphics, but with a grimmer, darker shading or whatever. So maybe that's why some people who don't like Diablo maybe won't like Chaosbane. But Chaosbane is very much trying to be Diablo 3 in many ways. It's copying certain things from there, which is not a bad thing to do, but it's not doing everything the right way. I would pretty much love to see some item rerolling systems in Chaosbane. The same way we have in Diablo 3. See, this is something I wouldn't mind seeing in any ARPG out there. I like the freedom with the skills. You don't have to buy respectacles or anything in Chaosbane. You can just freely respec as much as you want. This is my preferred way of playing ARPGs. Full total respect for free. It can't get any better than that for me, honestly. So that's one of the biggest things for me as a content creator in Chaosbane. I can switch between one build and another with the click of a button when I'm in town. I click on set number 2, boom, it switches my number 2 skills. it switches to my number 2 skill combo, to my number 2 god skills combo, and to my number 2 item combo. Normally I only replace my weapon and offhand. So for example, I'm switching from one build to another, I would remove my weapon and offhand, I would click over there on number 2, 3 or 4, and it switches my items to the set number 2, set number 3 or set number 4. It switches my skills and then I just re-equip my weapons. If I need to use the same weapon. In certain builds I'm using different weapons than others, but I really like this quality of life in Chaos Bane, with switching between sets and skills and builds with the click of a button. For someone like me who loves playing differently and loves the variety, that's one of the good things about Chaos Bane that stands out to me. So much freedom in that regard. But again, there is a very limited build variety. Every hero has 4 sets, and each of those sets is like Diablo. It pushes you by giving you a heroic, stronger version of a certain skill, making that skill strong. And you're kind of stuck. If you're using that set, you better be using that skill, otherwise why are you using that set? And not every skill has a set for it. If you only have 4 sets, with every skill of those, you probably have 1, 2, maybe 3 builds you can make, but they're gonna be very similar. They're gonna feel like the same build, but with a little bit of extra spice, a little bit of extra variety, but it's still gonna feel like the same build. So if I make, let's say, what should I say, Strike of the Anvil build with the actually, Bragi is a bad example, because with Bragi you can have the same looking build on every single set. Bragi is kind of bad. But let's say we're playing a summoner set on Elessa. Most builds you can make will probably look exactly the same, with a small variety. Okay, it's time for me to go to the city and gamble. And not just gamble, but also collect my items from contracts. Because I've got like 37 bundles. I want to collect those. First I'm gonna get potions though.
Hey, you gotta taste this.
Let's sell some Wifebound Scrolls. I don't need that many. And Terry, welcome back Terry, sorry for the late reply. So yeah, we are now gonna collect stuff. Let's do this.
You pay up front, no refunds. Good luck out there.
Let's do this like that. Boom, 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 boom. Basically junk. Well, we can't always get the good stuff.
It's a grab bag.
That's not a bad shield, honestly. 12,000 of one type, 12. If this had a socket and I add fire defense 12, 13,000, it would have been a top-notch firewall. Even though at the top it's only 5,000. Okay, most of this shit here is junk, so I'm gonna have to sell it. And then sell some of those, sell some of those.
See ya.
And how many more? 8 left. We can just collect them all. I'm a big fan how we don't get 3 gear bundles with 1 collect. But we will. They're probably gonna return it to the way it was, collecting those green gear bundles and then collecting 3 at once, which is so annoying. Filling 3 slots with 1 collected thing that they're not stacking. Those green bundles should, for example, stack up to 25, 30, maybe even 30 something. But sadly they don't, and I already made a ticket and that they need to consider making every single consumable from contracts stackable. Alright, let's gamble a bit
Lion or what?
for one-handed. Should I test some other skill combos? What other skills do we wanna see? Someone asked me to make a Holy Fury build. I can try and make a Holy Fury build, but just because people wanted to see it, not because I think it's gonna be better than Absolver. But yeah, let's use Holy Fury for a bit instead of Absolver, just so I can show people what it could be like going for a Holy Fury build. I'm gonna rework some of my items to be Holy Fury damage instead of Absolver damage as well. So for example, we are removing those points here. We are putting those points here. Or maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have just removed the points from this one. In any case, I'm gonna keep Absolver the way it is for now. Let's put Holy Fury. Now, I need to change this. And maybe this, and maybe this. Where was the Holy Fury stuff? 1 Holy Fury, 2 Holy Fury. Let's keep looking for Holy Fury, Holy Fury, Holy Fury. You want to make that furious Dusk Mage. Holy Fury, but more damage, less... actually, that's a wall level item, never mind that. We don't want the wall level item. Holy Fury, Unholy Bolt. Still not as good as mine, because the socket... entropy, okay. Entropy. If only I get a leg armor with Holy Fury, it would be perfect. Holy Fury, leg armor, there we go. Oh, level 30 only, shit. That's not great. That's not great. And this one is gonna give me the most damage. Poison and Holy Fury damage. No socket, but still. And just one left here. Yeah. Can't find good leg armor for Holy Fury. So now the question is, which leg armor would be the best to use? That level 30 I don't think I wanna use. Even though it's 30% damage, so let's take it. Just to test the damage of Holy Fury. But maybe I'm gonna use this with physical damage, but I don't have physical. Super hard sometimes when... Oh, electric damage, that's what I'm gonna use, most likely. Seems like a good enough choice. it's not gonna be as much. I'm gonna test on the dummy right now. So let's see. With the electric damage, Holy Fury is doing up to 90,000. If I switch to the low level armor with 19%, 89,000. So it's very low because see it's only 19%. If it was level 60, it probably might have been better. Well, okay, that solves it. We're not gonna be using the lobby item for sure. Where did I get this from? Okay, let's just go. Let's go do a map. Oh, I've got shoulders without a socket. Now let's try and find. This is not bad. Uniques on 33. Uniques on 33. Come on, come on, come on. The thing about Holy Fury is you are very immobile when using Holy Fury. With the other skills you can do a little bit of Absolver, teleport, do a little bit of Absolver, teleport, and it could work. Let's do this Uniques map. But with Holy Fury you can't just cast and move, cast and move. You have to keep it channeled for a while. If you cast and move, you're not gonna see much of a gain with Holy Fury. But yeah, some people wanted to see a Holy Fury setup. I can probably get that to do like 300 and something thousand with those items I've got right now. With Harmonic Form. See, without Harmonic Form I'm already doing 100 and something damage. Wait, was that 200,000? Crit? Was that a 200,000 crit without Harmonic Form? That means I can do 500k. Maybe. I think they made Holy Fury stronger with that update. They said there was something broken. I guess it was not doing as much damage and that's why I didn't like it when I tested it before, but now it seems to be doing decent damage. It's still not as good as Absolver, I guess, but the damage numbers are probably gonna go even higher. Let's see. I'm liking the damage numbers, they're not bad. They're definitely not bad. Of course, Holy Fury I like using with Entropy more than Energy Spike. It's always been a good looking version of Holy Fury with Entropy. But someone wanted a Holy Fury build a few days ago and I just wanna show that this can be played like that if you wanted to. I'm not gonna use it for my end build, but I can make a third build for those who want Holy Fury, I guess. Or I can just include footage with playing Holy Fury. when making the build tomorrow. But for the build tomorrow I want to use Absolver and I want to use Energy Spike. Man, all those Plague Bearers are just destroying me. But yeah, who likes Holy Fury? Who is enjoying the beam and win playstyle? And with Holy Fury and Dark Spears you can get an enemy's movement speed and attack speed swowed to 80% less. You can't get 100% because the 80% is the cap. 80% is the cap. There was a time long ago in the alpha where combining Holy Fury and Dark Spears could result in freezing an enemy in place, because both of them give you 50% swow. But they capped it at 80%, so you can no longer swow for more than 80%. Which is still better than 50. It's still better than 50. You can see the difference. When I find some map with moving enemies, I can try and show you, as long as they don't die quickly. Holy Fury and Knockback would be a good combo. I think I was just doing Knockback from some sort of item. Not sure which. There must be some item that gives me Knockback. If not, then there's something with the NPC. But did you see how this big guy kept going knockback? Kept getting knocked back a few meters. This guy here, the Swagger. Erebos82 says, I like magic in these games, but I find the Dusk Mage insanely confusing. Anyone know a decent guide? Well, I have a few builds. You can, if you want builds, ready to go builds, you can check my website. I've got one build for every relic with the Dusk Mage. Just make sure that you're looking at the skill point allocation in the website, not in the videos. The videos might be a little bit outdated and only account for 60 skill points. And sometimes it might even use some passives that have been changed. But if you scroll down to the bottom of my builds, every one of those builds, the new ones, the ones that have been done since they added the relic subclass, not before the relic subclass update, those ones would give you new updated skill point allocation screenshots on the website. So even if the build only has 60 skill points on the video, on the website it will be kind of remedied by those screenshots. But the Dusk Mage is not that confusing. You just need one light skill and one dark skill. Once you have that one light skill to spam, that dark skill to spam, maybe even two dark skills like me, you can leave Dark Spears. I'm gonna show you in the town with the dummy. It's very easy to show you with the dummy, especially with AoE, what I'm talking about, why Dark Spear is a nice skill. Even if you don't use it for damage, even if you don't use it for crowd control, which it's great for, you can still use it to trickle a little bit of recharging of the dark bar. So I've got 4 dummies in an AoE formation in my fort, which would be able to demonstrate you what happens if you put Dark Spears on top of 4 enemies. So you can look at this. See what happens to my dark buff bar. It's just trickling a little bit by bit, and if you add, let's wait for it to end. See, with one Dark Spear I could get it halfway there. Let's add this one, Energy Spike. Did I just glitch it? I think let's add an Energy Spike. That apparently if it hits the target it doesn't travel. It shouldn't be like that. Yeah, that's a bug. That's a bug with energy spike. It should keep traveling forward like those. But yeah, energy spike and this is good. If you don't want energy spike, then you can use entropy. Entropy is also very good for building that bar, but the dam is a little bit buggy. It doesn't always let the projectile go forward. But entropy, when maxed out, is super great combo with dark spears to build the dark buff bar. And yeah, as long as you have something like Absolver or Holy Bolt or Holy Fury or Radiant Blast as a light buff bar builder, and then you get something like Entropy or Unholy Bolt or Energy Spike or Dark Spears or Spirit Well to build the dark buff bar, then you're gonna have good damage. And then on top of that you would want things like Celestial Gauntlets and 2 more pieces of the Celestial set. This gives you up to 200% increased damage for up to 50% increased mana cost, which is worth it, especially if you have those boots to help you with the mana problem. And then what else am I forgot. I was gonna say something else about this. Oh yeah, then you take things like Energy Spike tier 2. You don't have to use it, you can use it as a passive only. You want tier 2 Energy Spike for Harmonic Form duration, and you want tier 2 Light Spear for Harmonic Form duration. Those things you want on every single Dusk Mage build. This is a must-have kind of situation. Light Spear tier 2 as a passive, and Energy Spike tier 2 as a passive, and I would say even tier 2 Shadow Step with that mana again might be considered kind of a must-have for most builds. Once you combine those with the Harmonic Form, with the Celestial Gauntlets, with the set bonus, you get good damage on a Dusk Mage. So it's not that difficult once you just see the synergies. To new players it might be a little bit confusing, it might be a little bit underwhelming, but when you know that there's ways to get the hero to become strong, it becomes fun. Alright, I'm gonna do one more map with Holy Fury and then switch back to Absolver. I hope this was helpful information though, because this mage can be fun. But yeah, with the back and forth with light and dark, you can actually abuse it to your advantage. Because you can, for example, right now I'm using the light skill as my main damage dealer, and I'm using the dark skills as support damage. That means if I see that my light buff bar is filled up or my dark buff bar is filled up, I can stop using the other one. Ideally, I would know that I'm getting close to a boss. You would learn the maps. You would learn the maps, and you would know. You would see that you're getting close to a boss. When I see I'm getting close to a boss, I'm gonna stop using Dark Spears and Energy Spike, and maybe keep my Dark Buff bar 60, 70, 80% full, and start only using my Light skill. And then when I reach the boss, I can just put one Dark Spear or one Energy Spike on the boss, and that's gonna immediately activate Harmonic Form. But you don't go back and forth anymore. Before, if you've played the game before, you did actually go back and forth, because as soon as one buff bar is charged, it starts depleting. With the change, when they introduce Harmonic Form as a mechanic, one buff doesn't start draining the bar and activating and giving you the bonus until you have both of them ready. And that's actually a very good mechanic, because you don't lose the DPS that way, and you can be clever about it, and as I said, not build it up until you're ready. Holy Fury is probably not the best to build up the light buff bar, so I would prefer Absolver or Holy Bolt with Arc of Light or Radiant Blast to build that that light buff bar. But it is something I wanted to just play a little bit with today, for a little bit of variety. to show that it's not that bad now with the update. There we go. But yeah, there's fun to be had in this game with some nice skills. But see, in order to get this much damage I do get, you need at least 1 flat damage on your weapon. See, my weapon is not even OP. I can get 8.5, 8.6, even close to 9000 weapon attack damage. So this one has chance to shock instead of flat damage, that's why I'm losing over 1000 flat. And even with such a weapon I'm doing decent damage. I like the damage numbers I'm seeing. And that's without stacking crit damage. You can stack your crit damage up to 300%. 150 is the minimum, the maximum is 300. So the damage can only go up. It's not much. There's not much how my damage can go down because I'm very close to the minimum. I'm under 200 crit damage, which is pretty shitty, honestly. And apart from that, you also need to know that I don't have as much flat damage, although this is a very good item. Flat damage and damage with Holy Fury. This one is flat damage, but no damage with Holy Fury. This one is damage with Holy Fury. So I've got 60% damage with Holy Fury and 2 times flat damage. So that's why my damage numbers are a little bit higher than one might be after reaching level 60 and getting level 60 gear. But it could be better if I get some more flats and some more percents. But yeah, Holy Fury is not my skill of choice. So after this map I'm gonna unspec from it. I'm just gonna keep the tier 2 for the crit chance. And see, over here on my stats you probably saw I've got 20% crit chance. Let's show you. See, it says 20% crit chance, but this is not including the 10% crit chance for light skills, or when I get entropy after respecking, the 10% crit chance for dark, which would give me 30%. And the cap is 40. So if I get another 10% crit chance, I would be fine. The only thing that wouldn't be doing 40% crit chance would be Sword Smash and Summoning Smash, but my light and dark skills would be at 40 with those 10% from the passives. But you can see it's much slower DPS wise using Holy Fury. Yes, it does good numbers, but those numbers take some time to see, to build up the damage and to build up the ticks. And what I just did, using so much Sword Smash, you can do on any class. If you like Sword Smash as a damage dealing skill, if you like the Egg of Mayhem, you can do such a build on every class. And you can do it with every subclass, with every relic. Every relic has one such skill that can work with the Egg of Mayhem. You can cast it and then cast the other skills. Although I would suggest going for Electrode or Flaming Destroyer for Egg of Mayhem builds. Until they fix certain things, like Venomous Maw is fine and it doesn't seem to be broken, but there have been reports about Spinning Blade being kind of broken. Or maybe that was the Spinning Blades from the passive. I still haven't played much with Egg of Mayhem builds with Spinning Blade recently after the launch. I could try and do it though. I can try and do a Spinning Blade build, because I've got a Drain build for every class. I've got 4 Drain builds already. So the next builds I do on Blood Drinker could be maybe Egg of Mayhem builds with the Blood Drinker and with the basic attacks. I also want to do one such build as well. Come on, come on. But since Holy Fury keeps you in place, it's pretty fun to use it with Consecration. In fact, for Holy Fury, you might want to consider the Vitality Extractor. It's pretty fun. And for Holy Fury, you might want to consider a max tier Consecration. I think I've got enough Respectacles, so maybe I can show you this type of build. See, if you put this item, it's called what was it called? I forgot the name. King Snaggletooth. If you put King Snaggletooth, Consecration also poisons nearby enemies. But it's not that good, honestly. I've tested it, it's not that amazing. But if you combine Vitality Extractor's healing with the healing from Consecration tier 3, you can have 8% HP per second. Which might not seem like much. But if you're not taking hits and you just need to heal up, and you've managed to find a safe place, you can quickly recharge. If you don't get the Consecration, it's only 5%, which again may not seem like much, but it is some healing from that one item. And it gives you poison defense, which is pretty nice against certain things. I'm not even sure I'm getting that poison defense. I just took a big hit from that poison ball. The thing is, I can't test my poison defense while channeling. I can't test it. But it's supposed to give you, what was it called? 100%, I think. Was it 100% or was it 100% poison defense? So it's supposed to... this is kind of... there's some diminishing returns. So when you're using defenses, there's diminishing returns. So keep that in mind. It might say 100%, but it's not gonna double your defense resistance. Maybe in numbers, maybe it could double the poison. So if you have 10,000 poison and 20,000 physical, maybe it's gonna give you 20,000 poison on top of the 20,000 physical. But there's diminishing returns. The more defense you get of a certain element, the less gains in percent damage prevented you get. Okay, pet inventory full. Pet, go away and sell. You can see I'm healing, but pretty slowly, and this slow healing is not gonna save your life. Honestly, most of the things in this game would do a lot of damage, and even if you have a ton of damage reduction, even if you stack on a mage certain damage reduction sources, like a basic attack, even then it's dangerous. It's dangerous to rely on 5 or 8% healing per second. It's much better to have Blood Drinker, and then with the Blood Drinker this could be a very good fit, because you can get constantly healed from other things like Blood Seekers and Living Barrier, and Living Barrier also gives you damage reduction, and that could be a good combo. Holy Fury, Blood Drinker build, I might do it. When I go to the Blood Drinker next, maybe I can make a Dusk Mage with Blood Drinker. But before that, I'm gonna make something with the Cold Heart, maybe. after I'm done with 2 or 3 builds on this hero. Okay, there we go. I forgot about this. I totally forgot about my sword smash. There we go. Melted. What's the time? 6:12. Someone's telling me to hydrate. Let's hydrate. Let me see if I missed some chat. Kimboskian says, where are your latest builds house struck? Kimboskian, my latest builds are here on struckweb.xyz. I've been taking my time leveling and farming heroes, 4 heroes, and then making 2 builds at a time with each hero. So far I've done, after the game launched, 2 builds with the Sharpshooter and 2 builds with the Realm Master. The Sharpshooter was Electrode, the Realm Master was Bane. With this one I'm gonna do 2 or 3 builds as well for that class and subclass, but some of my older builds are still viable. You just need to pay attention to the added extra 10 skill points, which, as I mentioned earlier, I've already added screenshots of how to spend the skill points. So on my website you can still find a decent amount of builds that can work. You can probably find 26 builds, I think, that are okay for the current version of the game. 26 builds, that should be more than plenty. And soon to add 2 or 3 more. Tomorrow I'm adding 1 more build to this collection. Tomorrow I'm adding the build I'm doing right now. Not with Holy Fury though. I'm gonna go and unspec from Holy Fury. Get this crit chance for dark skills and return the build to how it was earlier. And we don't need this, we don't need this. I'm gonna switch my items to the way they were as well. So since we no longer need the Holy Fury stuff, what am I putting? Holy Fury, this and this, and yeah, I can put it here and here. So basically I had I was wearing this and I was wearing this. Let's put this one is Holy Boat and this is Holy Boat. I need to make a list sometimes when I have time regarding what's put where, like a spreadsheet or something, to know what items I've got in which storage. It's getting annoying managing 12 different wardrobes and trying to remember what goes where. Maybe putting them into different corners would make it easier. Eventually, sometime I'm gonna spend time doing those. For now, let's just move. So I've got Absolver damage here, I've got crit damage here, and I've got poison damage here. try and find something fun. And Erebos says, before that he said, I noticed some people, but nothing in the relic tree. Oh, you've noticed some people put nothing in the relic tree. I mean, if you're putting 0 points in the relic tree, you're losing a lot of DPS. It's doable, you can do it on every class, but that's an exotic kind of build. If you don't put points in the relic tree, you really are losing a lot of DPS. And welcome back, Kedrick, and yeah, Kim Boskian, you're welcome. So let me quickly explain why you're losing DPS. First of all, the least you can do is put at least 1 point into Cloak of Flames, at least 1 point. Any class has one such, it's called Aura skill. With the Aura skill, you can get 25% extra damage to you and your nearby allies, plus another thing. It could be evasion, it could be healing, it could be block chance, it could be defense. Every hero has one such thing that always gives you 25% extra damage. So this by itself is good enough of a reason to at least invest 1 point into this. Of course you would ideally want to max those out. And you're also losing the potential of using your big relic skill. If you don't use one relic generator like Sword Smash and Cloak of Flames and Blazing Pillar, you won't be able to get this one unless you use the item that lets you get energy and lets you get relic energy charge. But here's the thing: if I unequip Sword Smash and summoning, let's try it. Let's try unequipping Sword Smash. See, it removes my button here, and that's something they need to change, because someone might want to make such a build. This is the build I'm talking about. Just a moment, I'm gonna show you. So the item I'm talking about is the new set item. It's the boots. Ancient Ember boots. Gain active skill imbue relic. And maybe if I have this active skill on my skill bar, I can still get this to show up, the thing that is now missing, this thing. So you see how when I put Sword Smash, I see this relic charge. But if I remove Sword Smash, it goes away, and that means I won't be able to activate Summoning Smash. Or at least visually I won't be able to tell. So you don't need Sword Smash anymore. You don't need Sword Smash or Blazing Pillar or Cloak of Flames if you have those new boots. So maybe the developers need to, if they haven't, they need to make it. So once you put that new skill, I hope they've made it, so when you put that new skill, those things reappear. It would make sense, but just in case if they haven't, there's something to consider there. I haven't found those items yet, so I don't know whether that's how it works or not. Let's try and find Unique's Infamous. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to consider. And now they opened up some interesting weird builds with the new update, with those new set items, and with changing how Skittering Shoulders and Wood Beast Shoulders and Arc Power Shoulders work by having to equip the items. Where was that Unique map? Unique. Right, let's see. Let's do some swords and get that energy going. They've got 140% HP here. Yeah, they definitely take longer to kill. See, Holy Fury just can't compare to Radiant Blast right now. I think Holy Fury needs to do much more damage to not Radiant Blast, I mean to Absolver. In order to compare Holy Fury to Absolver and say the skills are equal, I really would want to see much better damage from Holy Fury. Even when stacking 60% damage to Holy Fury and 1600-1700 extra flat damage, it didn't feel strong enough. Whereas with this one I've got only 25% damage to Absolver and only 930 poison damage. So I had 2 times the flat damage, and I had instead of 25-60% damage with percent. This still makes it true that Holy Fury is weaker. I mean, even when I'm using more bonuses and more boosts and damages to it, I still did less DPS. I still saw some good numbers, but again, it's not ticking quick enough, those procs, those damage numbers, and the coverage of the skill. It's just, you can't compare it to Absolver. There's just no room for comparison right now, unless they make it a triple beam or a double beam. But even double beam would be a little bit weird. Triple beam might make sense. And then it would be equal if it's a triple beam, without changing the damages and the ticks. But with a single beam it just doesn't work as well as Absolver could work. Especially knowing that it can keep you in place, whereas with Absolver, as I said earlier, I can shoot a few projectiles, then move a little, shoot the next ones, move a little, like that. It's not like you can't move with Holy Fury and try and channel it from another place. But I can shoot, move, shoot, move, shoot, move. With Holy Fury, if I do it like that, shoot, move, I'm not even gonna see the damage proccing. Because I'm moving too quickly and I'm not giving it time to do the first proc. And I'm a big fan of beam and wind builds, but I can't call Holy Fury win right now. Yeah, it's okay, but it's not great. So if someone really cares about what's more efficient, definitely stay away from Holy Fury for now. I still like the skill and I still play builds with it because it's fun. It's just a fun mechanic. But don't expect to push really quickly with it. Maybe for bosses it might be nice for single target, but it's a little bit questionable even then. And it definitely doesn't build up your light buff bar as quickly as Absolver, or Radiant Blast, or Holy Bolt. Unless Radiant Blast is on a cooldown with that legendary item. The amount of blue gear I'm getting is so high. Come on, come on. Right, here we go. Not enough spiders. Quest cannot be completed unless I get one more spider. Hiker. So let's hope there's a spider spawning before I reach the end of the map. So hopefully there's a spider here. No, no spider, just rats. They should just put more spiders in those maps. Hopefully this one, yeah, finally it dropped. The last possible spider that could have dropped. Oh no, there were two more. But yeah, the last possible group of spiders that could have dropped it. Right, inventory full. Bassi says, is reward broken? Doesn't reset adventurer skills. It's broken and it doesn't reset all adventurer skills. It works on Shasta and it works on the Goblin Legion. But yeah, I really hate that it doesn't get fixed for so long. It's been like that for 5 months. Honestly, I wish they would at least prioritize some of those broken things. It's making some of my favorite builds, like spamming Scout's Bones, just not as good as they can be. So, if it were to reset the cooldown of Scout's Bones or Goose, it would have been amazing. Especially the Scout's Bones cooldown. I hope they finally start fixing this, because I mean it's been 5 months. 5 months since this has been happening. I know there's other things much more important than fixing this, but it's just weird how it hasn't been investigated, looked into, or whatever. Even though they fixed other bugs with Revolt. I mean, while fixing those other bugs with Revolt, maybe they just never thought it's good enough idea to fix the not resetting here, or maybe the tooltip is broken. Maybe what's wrong is not the mechanic and how the skill works, but the tooltip. Maybe the tooltip was not supposed to say it resets all adventure skill cooldowns, and maybe it wanted to say it resets summoner adventurer cooldowns or whatever, minion cooldowns. In any case, the description doesn't match the actual behavior, and they hopefully fix it, and I hope they make it so that I can reset my Scout's Bones with Revolt. That means I can do 3 times Scout's Bones in a row. Scout's Bones Revolt, Scout's Bones Revolt, Scout's Bones. Pretty fun. If that was doable. But yeah, it is broken. Alistair Gaming says, hi, you're using Absolver as main skill on the right mouse button, but what do you think about Unholy Bolt? Unholy Bolt is just as good, but if you're using Unholy Bolt, you would need a good light skill builder, light buff bar builder. You can use Unholy Bolt and Absolver. You can use Unholy Bolt and Radiant Blast. Or Unholy Bolt and Holy Bolt. Don't rely on Light Spear or Consecration with that unique item, with that legendary item for building. So those 3 skills, take them out of the equation when it comes to building the light buff bar. So you've got 4 options: Absolver, Holy Fury, Radiant Blast without the cooldown, and Holy Bolt. If you're using Holy Bolt, might as well use Arc of Light. Don't use the Arc of Light, not Arc of Light. Don't use the Brilliant Herald. Don't use Brilliant Herald if you are using Radiant Blast for building light buff bar. But yeah, you do need a light buff bar builder. Even if your main damage skill is Unholy Bolt. In fact, just earlier I was talking about how I want to make a similar build to the one Michael made, or Michael the game designer, Michael May, known as Mayhem. He made some builds before the game launched that you can see on the Torchlight 3 website. And one of those builds was Unholy Bolt, kind of similar to my Absolver Zealot, but a version, their own version with the bolts, with the Unholy Bolt. And I want to make similar build, just my own take on it. Next I play a Dusk Mage Electrode, I'm gonna try it. And yeah, Unholy Bolt is not a bad thing to build around. I've not made many builds. In fact, the last time I made a build with Unholy Bolt was probably long time ago. If I even made one at any time, I can't remember. It's also possible I never made an Unholy Bolt build. But in any case, it is definitely a fun one, so it's not worth ignoring. Let's see, I'm just trying to find room. Everyone's wearing some leg armor. I'm running out of storage space. It's so difficult to not run out of storage space if you want to collect items for all sorts of builds. So Unholy Bolt. This was the Holy Bolt. Where was my Unholy Bolt? I'm pretty sure I had a storage with Unholy Bolt items somewhere. This is Unholy Bolt. Alright, let's just put it in the storage, I guess. No more wardrobes. Let's put it there, let's put this there. Alright, let's do this. Should I do a little bit of pushing? Alright, let's push a little. Just for the sake of pushing. Robin says, yo Struck, what build would you consider the strongest at the moment? Well, the easiest, the lazy mode strongest is the Miasmic Train I've got. From all of my builds, Miasmic Train or any other Bane Train build should be the easiest to push with. It's strong, it's easy to use. Someone asked me for lazy build. Well, that's the same thing, I guess. It's there's many strong builds, but this is probably one of the easiest to control, because you're just the one thing you're controlling is where the train goes and where you go, and the train just does the damage for you. And yeah, it's definitely an easy to pick up. It most definitely is ridiculous viable. No, any train build is ridiculous viable. Train with any relic can do ridiculous 251. In fact, I don't know what build can't do 251. If the right person is controlling the build and has the best items they can afford, every build should be able to do 251. Just that some builds would do it much slower than others. But every build should be able to do it. If you have good gear, if you have good damage and good defenses. Even if you make a super shitty build, like totally non-synergized, I think 251 should be doable. Just very slowly, very painfully, with a bad build. But this build is definitely viable, and it's definitely one of the easier builds to push with. One of the more lazy builds out there. It's just very time consuming pushing 251, and probably after level 150 or 60 I won't see any reason to push forward. Yes, someone mentioned V-Toxin another, I think he's streaming as well, another person who comes in my chat and sometimes we group up. He mentioned that and showed me that some maps can get super good for farming. Like you can get dividing, unique and gear wacky on the same map at around stage 150 and higher. So that's one reason why you would want to push high. And he said around level 230 there's another great map he's farming. So maybe that's even better. But again, I'm not the person you would see pushing up to 251. I just don't have the patience to do the same boring type of repetitive content for the sake of pushing. My way of playing is make builds, gear them up, make a build video, then move on to the next one. Make a build video, move on to the next one. Level up, make the build, gear it up, and so on. I don't have to push further, because I can tell, if even at level 20 and 30, I can tell whether a build would be able to do 251 or not. But I try not to tell people that the build can do 251 unless I've done it, or unless someone else has done it and told me that it works. I know that Bane trains work, I know that Flaming Destroyer trains can work, I know that Forged Flaming Destroyer melee build that's barely using any forged skills other than Sonic Pulse and what's the name, Vortex Bomb and Power Projection can also do 251. I know Electrode builds can also do 251 on the Sharpshooter when done the right way. So it's not like there's just one meta build, but there's obviously one that stands out the most, and that's Bane minion builds with the train being the focus instead of the minions. And so my miasmic train was just my idea of how you can make such a build, and I think it's pretty well synergized the way I've done it. I might not have tested it myself whether it can do 251, but believe me, it should do it even if there was more than 251, it should be able to go. Because it's just one of the easiest builds to play with super high damage out of nowhere. Especially if you stack damage with flamethrower car affixes. That makes it even stronger. You did the Flaming Destroyer train, but you got bored quickly. Oh yeah. Flaming Destroyer is not gonna give you as much damage to the flamethrower car as a miasmic train. It's definitely gonna give you a little bit less damage. Dom P says, is the Bane Sharpshooter pet build buffed? A little bit, yeah, a little bit, but only in the way that the Bane minions, the Bane minions would do more damage. The Sharpshooter minions are gonna do the exact same damage as before, because they didn't get any changes. Dusk Mage minion build got buffed though, because now you can get an affix that gives you damage to Spirit Well minions, which was not there. See, Sharpshooter always had damage to Goblin Legion, and even with damage to Goblin Legion, Sharpshooter summoner builds were shit. They were fine, but they were not meta, they were not as good as a train build. So even stacking 90% damage to Goblin Legion on a Bane build is not gonna give you the same results as a flamethrower car based Bane build. So you have to keep that in mind. I mean, it's not bad. It's not a bad build to play, but it's compared to the flamethrower car minion builds, it's shit. But it's fun. So if you just want to play it because it looks fun and you don't care about pushing really high, you can just do that sharpshooter minion build. I love it. I love it with the what's its name, the what was the name of that thing? The infectious shooter. With the infectious shooter, it feels pretty nice. Even without it, if you don't use Scout's Bones, you can just use the new weapon, the new Greatsword with extra summons. And you can use Bone Walker, Bone Razor. You can use the Sword of the Lost Legion. You can get a ton of summons. Every pet build is getting an indirect buff by having this new summon item, but that means sacrificing one skill from your skill bar to be able to use this great sword. But that's 10 extra summons. 10 extra summons. Three of those I think were archers, and the archer summons are the ones that are really great. But I still think they need to buff Goblin Legion, Shasta, the Netherrim summons, the Explodebot summons, the Flying Pix summons, the Ghost Train summons, the Herman summons. Everything that's not a train and is a minion still needs a buff, even with this update. The Bone Razor, Bone Walker summons. Those minions just need a buff. And a big one. The only thing I haven't tested how strong they might be now is the Spirit Well summons with getting damage. But I suspect that even if I get 90% extra damage to Spirit Well summons from gear, it's still not gonna cut it. That's just how I suspect it will be if I were to go and test it. Okay, let's sell some items. Let's do the next one. But yeah, Miasmic Train is definitely a fun one.
What could go wrong? Your pet has returned.
Let's see if I missed some comments. Just a moment, I'm scrolling my chat up. I think I've addressed every single thing. Yeah, seem to have addressed every single thing. So let's do Strong Tusk or Psora. Strong Tusk will be a bullet sponge, because he always is, but he's less annoying than Psora, which would die quicker and faster. So let's see. Did you see he was taking damage over time even after he became invulnerable? So that's a bug. He shouldn't be taking damage over time after he becomes invulnerable. See, like now. Look at that! Look at that! He's almost dead because the damage over time. The damage over time. Wow, he was invulnerable. I would have laughed so hard if he actually died from the damage over time. I guess they at least made it so he doesn't die from the damage over time during that invulnerability phase. But this was hilariously BS. Oh, and now his HP... Okay, so that's actually a visual bug. He's not actually taking damage. He's not actually taking damage. Oh wow, he's invulnerable. The game just thinks that he's taking damage and it's showing its HP bar taking damage where he's not really. So that's what the bug is. Because his HP immediately went back to the top of that bar, to the top of that 25%. The same visual bug we have with Bane, with some Bane builds, where the boss is taking so much damage that the HP keeps going left, right, left, right, left, right, like down, up, down, up. So I guess the same thing is happening here. Traps. Yeah, I'm gonna look for something better to do. Should I go for Gearwalkie or for Uniques? I do wanna farm some more fame, but I also wanna get some items from the new set, and I can't get those as easy if I don't do Gearwalkie stuff. Alright, let's do this one for now. But yeah, the drop chances for those new sets are super bad, I guess. But the thing is, every single item has the same drop chance, apparently. Then why do we get so many Sneku Sticks and Stormblades and other such things? In fact, I've been getting this new sword, the Sword of the Great Legion, a lot. I already got it 3 times. And yesterday I played for 2 hours. Today I've probably played for like 2 hours since I started streaming, maybe 2.5. So for like around 5 hours already getting 3 times this new great sword. I mean, it's not bad that it's dropping, because it's a fun skill to have in your legendarium. Alright, there we go. Oh, come on. Alright, that's done. Boom. Next one. I wish that it would give you light buff bar charge while using dark skills when standing in consecration. That would have been amazing. And to give you dark buff bar if you kill an enemy affected by damnation. It would make sense. Or kill an enemy... Actually no. Scratch the shadow step. But yeah, if you stand in consecration and are hitting and killing enemies with dark skills, it should give you light buff bar, because you're benefiting from the buff. And the same when hitting and killing enemies affected by damnation. That could make some interesting combos there. That could make light only or dark only builds pretty fun to do without having a light or dark skill on the bar. Other than this or this. Come on. But yeah, about strong builds, Electrode 1000 volt burst right now can melt bosses. So on any class, if you pick Electrode, and if you go for a build where you're maximizing the usage of tier 3000 volt burst, this is super strong. It literally melts bosses. Like you place it right next to a boss, and the boss's HP gets drained as if it's paper. It's not that great for mobbing unless you rely on other things, because you're not gonna be able to use it as much. But for melting bosses and champions, it's amazing. But it has to be tier 3. If it's not tier 3, it's not gonna be that strong of a DPS. Keep getting those vitality extractors, probably the 4th one I've gotten since the patch. But at least we're getting gear, at least it's dropping. Without even doing gear wacky maps, I'm getting some decent drops. Definitely not giving me the good ones, the new ones, but that's just RNG. I doubt they made it so that higher levels have higher chances of dropping the new items, because they didn't mention this in the patch notes, and if they did, they should mention such things. I think it's the same chance regardless whether you're doing Fuzzier Stage 1 or 251 for the new sets. Come on. Getting filled up pretty quickly already. Oh, who attacked me? Terry says drop rate, whoa, not bad, not had, wow. How can you not have legendaries yet? For how long have you been playing to not get a legendary yet? That's my question, I guess. I mean, I get one every second map. Sometimes I would get one every map for a few maps in a row. There would be maps where I wouldn't get one, but that's normal. I mean, if you don't get a legendary for more than 3 maps, then okay, maybe that's a problem. But I'm getting pretty good legendaries, even with my gear work being pretty bad. I've got 24% gear work. 20 of this is from Ridiculous, so I've actually got only 4% gear work in my items. And that 4% is from the Tree of Work, so I've got 0 gear work in my items. And I'm not even doing gear worky maps, as I said. Oh, you haven't gotten the new ones? Yeah, the new ones seem to be pretty rare. They did confirm that every single legendary has the same drop chance, but it's weird how certain items keep dropping much less than others. Yet apparently everything is with the same drop chance. I mean, Michael confirmed it in that dev stream that they did, the official launch party. That stream, Friday stream on the launch week. Michael did say that every single item has the same drop chance. Yet here we are. Certain things dropping so much more than others. Alright, we got this. Ripcord says so many legendary to pick up. See, second legendary I'm getting from this map. I mean, again, it's still a shitty legendary, but at least it's dropping legendaries, so with enough work eventually we're gonna get the new ones. Oh, there we go. Third one. Third one. So I'm happy with the drop rates when it comes to getting legendaries. It's just weird that certain items are hard to obtain. Harder to obtain. But it's much better that way. Much better that way. Don't nerf the drop rates now. Keep them as they are. Eventually we're gonna get Wookie. I just got the consecration item, by the way. This is an amazing item. Relic energy generation and relic energy cost in the same place. If instead of chance to fear it had more mana again, it would have been perfect for some spammy item, for some spammy builds. Like casting speed builds on the speed builds on the electrode would have been very nice with this. But yeah, look at King Snaggletooth. I wanna show people how quickly King Snaggletooth can build your bar. It doesn't even build the light buff bar. We were wondering whether this can help build the light buff bar. Well, it can't. As you saw, they should make it so that it actually does build the light buff bar. So yeah, someone who was wondering if this can work, it can't. You're not gonna get your light buff bar built with consecration, even though it's a light skill, and even though it's doing damage. When you have the Snaggletooth focus, apparently it's not considered a light skill doing damage, so you're not gonna see the bar moving. Something that needs to be reported, and I'm probably gonna report it if I don't forget. And hopefully it gets fixed. I really do hope this gets fixed. Oh, Unique's infamous. And I couldn't test it until now, because that's when I got this item. I didn't have it until it just dropped. Alistair says, is there a map to drop legendary celestial parts more often? No. Every item has the exact same chance to drop on every single map. I wish they would change the Fazir dungeon and give every single challenge level a specific increased chance to drop certain items versus others in that map. This is a lot of coding because it will involve tweaking 251 stages, excluding the bosses maybe. But why not including the bosses? To have 251 stages and every stage to have a legendary item attached to it. With a higher chance that if a legendary drops, that legendary will be Legendary X, Legendary Y, Legendary Z. I had this idea long ago and I already sent it as feedback to Ektra a couple months ago, 3 months ago or so, before the Fazir was even officially launched. I sent them this idea because it would make people like me wanna start pushing. If they make this, this will make me wanna push. If I know at stage 100 I can get a little bit easier a certain item that I'm missing for my gear, for my build, I would go and just keep farming stage 100 over and over and over again until I get this one item. The same way Borderlands is doing it. Certain bosses have a higher chance of dropping if a legendary drops to be legendary X, Y or Z. I'm not saying increased chance for the drops, but increased chance if it's a legendary for it to be that one instead of any of the other ones. Focused farming is anything that helps you deal with shitty RNG. Anything that helps you deal with the shitty RNG is good. The less RNG in a game for me, the better it is, honestly. Some people think exactly the opposite. Some people say the more RNG the better, but I think exactly the opposite. If there was no RNG, I would still play a game, maybe even play it more. If someone offers me a mod for Torchlight 3 when the RNG is taken out of the equation when it comes to getting drops, or at least not taken out completely, but let's say 90% taken out, I would play that mod because it would be fun. It would let me gear up quickly. And for me the real fun starts when you gear up. The gearing up part is not the fun part for me, that's the boring part of a game. I like playing games when I'm fully geared up. And I definitely don't like farming much. But see, this game right now is good with the drop rates. As long as it starts dropping every single item, not just specific ones. And as long as they add a rerolling system. And the rolling system really takes out a lot of the RNG from the equation. It's one of the best ways to negate some of that RNG. You get that one item, it has shitty drops, it has health regeneration, it has gold work. Well, you definitely want to remove the gold work and health regeneration, but right now in this game we don't have a system to do this. Let's take this for example. I don't want the HP. I don't want the HP, I would rather have poison defense there, or more block chance. Or let's take this one, I don't want the shock chance, I want more flat damage. Or on this one, I don't want spirit well, I would rather want something else, maybe plus 1 level, plus 1, 2, 3 levels to another skill I'm using. I don't want the gold work here, definitely would reroll this. Here I would reroll the duration and maybe the evasion. Here I would reroll the bonus damage to mace basic attacks and maybe the evasion. And this one is missing an affix in the middle. So definitely rerolling would be a great thing to have as a system. I'm just wondering when people would start modding this game. Right now the interest in the game is not as high as to attract modders maybe. And maybe even though the game doesn't offer official mod support, that doesn't mean the game can be modded. The same way Torchlight 2 was modded before mod support was officially added for it. And this is Unreal Engine, so modding this game shouldn't be as difficult as Torchlight 3 in regards to having having people who know how to use the engine. Many developers know how to use the Unreal Engine out there. So that means a lot of people who could potentially make mods for this game. Let's see here. But for all we know, maybe someone is already making mods since the game launched. It just said that the game is getting such bad press from reviews, and I understand some of the reviewers out there and they didn't enjoy the game, and some of them are giving honest reviews about the things they didn't enjoy, but there are so many trolls that barely played 1 or 2 hours of the game. Bassi says, is your summoner electric sharpshooter build why onslaught over any... Oh, it's not onslaught over any other skill. Any other skill works. In fact, I should have mentioned this in the screenshots, didn't I? And in the build. I think both in the build and in the screenshot I'm mentioning that any other skill could work. It doesn't have to be onslaught. It could be targeted strikes, it could be scatter shot, it could be explosive arrow, it could be tight grouping. Onslaught you might want to keep as a passive with the tier 2 bonus, because 10% relic skill damage, but you don't have to use it. I just didn't want to copy paste my electrified sharpshooter where I'm using targeted strikes, and I didn't want to copy paste my targeted strikes infectious summoner. I wanted something that's using a different skill. And onslaught seems like an interesting synergy where Shasta is taunting and keeping the enemies in place, and you're just spamming onslaught. You can use 2 onslaughts, reload two more onslaught, and then just start moving, and the damage will just come. And now with the extra duration to onslaught as a new affix, there might be some interesting builds there, but onslaught is very underwhelming compared to the other skills. I still don't like the damage I get per second with onslaught. It takes a long time before onslaught does enough damage, and by that time I would have done 2 or 3 times as much with other skills that I can spam, like targeted strikes, explosive arrow, even with scatter shot, and yeah, as well as with tight grouping. So onslaught is not bad, but it's not great again. It's like Holy Fury. It could use a buff. And they keep avoiding buffing the numbers of the damage of onslaught. They keep trying to buff it with affixes, but I don't think that's what onslaught needs. Because if onslaught is buffed with affixes and the other skills are also buffed with affixes, then that makes it again underwhelming compared to the other skills, because it still hasn't been buffed directly from the patches. They just refuse to buff it for no legit reason. It's a weak skill. It's the weakest of them all in the precision skill tree. And with duration, you're not gonna do more damage. You're gonna do more damage in total, but not more damage per second. Because the arrows are not gonna start falling faster when you have bigger duration. They're gonna drop just as slow, and they're gonna do just as bad damage as they do. They're just gonna do that bad damage slower, not slower, but for longer. And for that time, you could have done much more damage with some of the other skills, as I said. But it's an okay skill. Even though it's shitty, it's still an okay skill. Just don't expect it to be great. That's kind of how onslaught is. Just like I was talking about Holy Fury earlier. It can do the damage, but it takes much longer for Holy Fury and onslaught to do the same damage some of the other skills can do. Unless they buff their damages. Holy Fury did get a damage buff though. But even with that damage buff it got, the thing is every other skill got the damage buff as well, except Dark Spears and Spirit Well. So it's the exact same thing, like if every other skill is getting the damage buff and the underpowered skill is again in an equal footing with the others, it's still gonna be underpowered. And I've done so much testing, I can tell you Holy Fury today after testing it, compared to what damages I can get per second with the other skills, feels underwhelming. The same goes for Onslaught. But when it comes to team play, maybe there's some room there with Onslaught. If you have some Forge with Vortex Bomb pulling the enemies inside Onslaught, it would be nice. The thing with Onslaught is it's very bad synergy with Goose. Goose can knock the enemies away from Onslaught, which is super shitty. I mean, it's such a good skill, but it fucks up Onslaught in general. So basically, if you want to use Onslaught, you have to not use the extra damage vulnerability from Goose, because Goose will knock the enemies away from the AoE. And that's why I made a ticket for the developers to consider making skills like Goose and anything else that does knockback have an option to revert the knockback into vacuum. So imagine Goose pulling the enemies closer to the center, instead of knocking them away from the center where the ego falls. Imagine the exact same thing for the Blood Drinker's barrier skill, Living Barrier. Tier 1 bonus knocks back. The same with the Healing Potion. If you wanna play a melee build, allow us to revert the Healing Potion to a knockback potion, to a pulling potion instead of a knockback potion. Maybe add a new one from the store. I think everything that does knockback should have an option to easily switch between knockback and pull, based on the builds you wanna make, melee, ranged, etc., AoE or not. But yeah, right now there's a huge dis-synergy or whatever the term is between Onslaught and Sacrifice to Goose. Because you're gonna be losing DPS that way by keeping the enemies away from Onslaught with that knockback. Okay, that's a unique and Yerwaki map. 2 in 1. And the range of Onslaught is another thing that could get increased, that really is needed. Right now, that's something I've said in my builds, I think, and that's something I've said on stream many times. That even if they don't change the damage, at least increase the range. At least do this with Onslaught. The range would make it much better of a skill. Because right now it's keeping you so close to the action, you're taking so much damage. You might as well play a melee build by playing Onslaught. It just doesn't feel like a ranged skill, it feels like a melee skill. It has the exact same range as my Digitus attack, I guess, with reach. If I shoot Onslaught over there, it's gonna go over here, roughly, maybe even here actually. Yeah, I think it's gonna be here, where the middle of it is. So even if I put my cursor over here, the middle would be around here of the circle of Onslaught, which is pretty bad range for a bow skill. I mean, why should the range be so low? It's not like the skill is gonna get super overpowered by increasing the range a bit. But yeah, I get very heated about certain things like that, because that's one of my favorite skill mechanics. Rain of Arrows type of skill in games. I love it on ranged builds. And it hurts more when you see such a skill ruined in such a shitty way by giving it bad range, and even if the damage is not increased, at least the range needs to be. See, they already fixed explosive arrow. Explosive arrow was really boring before, where the longer, the further the arrow, the longer the travel time was. Now, regardless of how far the arrow is shot, it's always gonna have the exact same travel time, from the moment of shooting to the moment of landing. And the patch note says 0.5, or I think Michael said 0.5 in one of the Mayhem Mondays. It seems more like 0.8 or 1 second travel. I don't know, it's hard to tell whether it really is 0.5, but at least it's exactly the same. So if I were to shoot explosive arrow right next to me, over here, or shoot it over there, it's gonna take exactly the same time from the moment of firing the arrow to the arrow landing. And that's a good change. It's a great fix for explosive arrow. I really love using it right now. Okay, we can move to the next zone. I mean to the next part of this zone. Fred NL is level 59. Grats, Fred. Final level left for you. How are you enjoying the leveling in the final 3, 4, 5 levels? Does it feel like it's a little bit too slow in the final 3, 4 levels? Let's say from 55 to 60, does it feel like it's taking longer than it needs to? Because that's how it feels to me after they nerfed the XP, after they increased the XP required per level for a bunch of the levels across the table. It definitely feels to me after 55 it's taking much longer than it needs to. For no real reason. If someone gives me a legit reason why the leveling should be that slow after 55, sure, I'm gonna agree, but the only reason is that they just want us to level up slower. They want us to take longer to level up and to have to repeat maps or end up fighting enemies that are higher level than us and give us potions that we can't use. I mean, it's silly that there's such a thing as a potion that you cannot use because your level is too low. That's just silly. Where they've designed the system in such a way. So you fight enemies 4 levels higher than you, you're not gonna be able to use the potions that they drop. It can't get any more silly than this in this game. And now that's the case. If you keep pushing the Fazir after you finish the game, eventually you're gonna start fighting enemies with 4 or more levels higher than you, and you're not gonna be able to use the potions that drop. It happened to me with this hero, it's happened to me with other heroes that I've leveled up. And that forces you to go back to some to some maps that are no more than 3 levels higher than you. If the XP needed to level up after 55 wasn't this shitty, this wouldn't even be a problem, because people wouldn't end up fighting enemies 4 levels or more higher than them. Oh yeah, save your fame, but I hope you get level 60 today, because you never know. Maybe they're gonna hotfix the legendary gear bundles very soon. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be after the weekend, but try to collect as much as you can before they hotfix this and remove the legendary gear bundles from the contracts. So enjoy it while it's there. Just don't expect it to be forever, because they've already mentioned that it's a mistake. It's an accidental. They accidentally included some old data into the new patch. And that's why probably we're not getting the new fort decors. We should have gotten the new fort decors, 2 of them in each contract. Well, we don't get them now. We should have gotten in each contract as a reward, the same way we get some of those rewards, the new fort decors, or they maybe should have been here. They did say it would be there, because that's what the patch notes read. I can try and read you the patch notes. Let's go to fort. I'm gonna read it word for word. So, oh no, that's in gear. It's not in forts. It's in gear, I think. Or maybe it's in forts. It should be in forts. Or maybe in contracts. In any case, it should be in one of those 3 places. Contracts. There we go. But that's not... Yeah, 2 new spooky fort decorations have been added to each contract. See the list below in the fort section for details. And then we go to the fort section, and it says... I can't find it. Decorations, there we go. Added the following spooky fort decorations: Adventurer's Contract, Faceless Orator, and Tombstone. Then Homesteader Contract, Wooden Coffin, and Cemetery Stone Wall. And then Craftsman Contract, Witch's Table, and Skull Gate. But we don't get those, so that's gonna change with the hotfix. Apparently we're supposed to get those things from the contracts. I mean, we can still get them from random fort decorations as per the patch notes as well. But it's nice to get them at least one time for each of those items, without needing to get lucky with a random fort decoration bundle. In fact, this random fort decoration bundle might as well not even contain those items if it's the old one. We'll see. Who's shooting those fire? Oh, that's my firewall shooting the projectiles, right? The firewall could be very good for a proc monster build. A proc monster build where you're stacking block chance on the electrode and you're getting the block chance from the lightning barrier. And this is an extra proc on block. Maybe for the melee proc monster, maybe the firewall would be the best shield to use for my melee adventurer build. I might add this to the build as the best in SWAT shield. It seems like the best in SWAT shield to me, because look at those projectiles flying when I block. Maxing your block chance and getting this seems like a very nice way to do it. Even if you don't use lightning barrier and lose it from the skill bar and remove it and play something else, you can still max out block chance from items. And every time this fireball triggers, it can trigger lightning strike. Oh no, maybe it can't, because procs shouldn't trigger other procs. So maybe scratch this. Maybe it's not gonna be that great. I need to test it sometime. It's gonna be hard to test because I'm gonna need to remove my pet so it doesn't trigger stuff. and just constantly get hit to see if I can trigger a lightning strike with this. I accidentally triggered this. I didn't want to trigger my harmonic form, but then I realized I was too close. Do you have a leveled Rail Master? Yes, I have one. I have a Bane Rail Master leveled up. The one I made 2 builds with. I made my Miasmic Train and my Acid Slammer build with that one. And welcome Nate, welcome back. Do you need to test something on the Rail Master for asking me this? And Marvin says hotfix was pushed a little bit due to not being able to fix wardrobe in time. Interesting, thanks for the info. Oh, you wanted to see me play Rail Master? Well, I spent a lot of time on the Rail Master. I spent a few days playing the Rail Master. And you probably won't see me play Rail Master soon. Because after this one, I'm gonna start a new hero. I mean, I could start a Rail Master. I might as well start a Rail Master next. But I need to level up a Forged, and I need to level up a Cold Heart and a Blood Drinker. So I could do maybe the Blood Drinker or the Cold Heart Rail Master after this hero. But that's gonna be few days from now. First I need to make a build video tomorrow with this guy, and then maybe tomorrow after I'm done with the build video and I start streaming, maybe then I can start a Rail Master. I can even let you decide for me. Do you want a Blood Drinker or a Cold Heart? It has to be one of those 2 relics, because I wanna have one of each relic leveled up as a subclass. I'm avoiding Forged until the rework, so I'm not gonna level up a Forged until the next big patch or whenever they rework the Forged. Well, it can be Electrode because I already leveled an Electrode and I wanna get as quickly as I can one of each relic leveled up. I've already got Electrode, Sharpshooter, Bane Rail Master, and this Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage. So it has to be one of those other 2 relics. I mean, eventually I can do an Electrode Rail Master, but for now the choices are kind of those 2 relics. And any class except the Forged for my next hero. What's the time? 7:30. 7:30 is not bad. Oh, someone messaged me on Discord. Oh no, never mind. That's probably another bot. Another bot asking for a friend request. Okay, yeah, let's go back into the game. Sometimes I play for 2 hours. Sometimes I play for more. Sometimes I would even stream for 12 hours straight. Depends. Today I've only streamed for 3 hours and I've got another no more than 3 hours left. So it won't be a more than 6 hour stream today. But I had one small video to edit and to make, and I had some chores to run. I had to do certain things. By the way, my pet wants some food. Let me quickly make a quick 1 minute, 2 minutes break to feed my pet and give him some food. I'm here, I'm in the room, but there's gonna be this BRB screen. So if you're on Twitch, I can run some mats, but let me feed that pet because he just started bugging me, and it's a good time because I'm not in a map. Come on, Sky, come. Come on. Oh. Sky, say hello. Let's get him to say hello. Alright, there we go. I fed him. I'm just gonna sit tight now. And I'm gonna quickly check something. Just a moment. Okay, yeah, I'm ready. I'm gonna remove that screen now. Where is that screen? ARPGs. There we go. So yeah, good time to feed him. Good time to feed him. So there's Unix at 29. Unix at 29. I need to remember this. And if the hotfix has been pushed a little, after this map I can probably start collecting. I could probably start collecting some gear bundles before they do the hotfix, because you never know. Someone mentioned it has been pushed back a little. I'm not sure whether it's gonna be today or not, but yeah. And Nate says, man, how long did it take you to get to level 60? I can't invest much time cause kids and stuff, but seems like it will take a while. Well, on average, if you're a new player, it might take you 10 hours, maybe even 12 hours to reach level 60. If you have friends helping you, and if you're quick, and if it's not your first playthrough, you can probably do it in 8 hours. See, just the story alone, I can rush the story within 6 hours. I've done it, but now they kind of made some things a little bit slower. But I think 6-7 hours just to do the story to reach the end game is fine. But from there on, you need to do some leveling to 60, and that could add another 2, 3, 4 hours of post-story leveling, depending on, again, whether you're solo, whether someone is helping you, what maps you're getting, what the density of those maps is, how quickly you're killing, what your gear is, what difficulty you're playing on. On the lowest difficulties, of course, you're gonna be killing enemies quicker, but you're gonna be seeing less elites. On the higher difficulties, you're gonna see more elites, but you're gonna be taking longer to kill them. I normally level up on practice or on normal. Normal is a very good difficulty to level up on, and I switch to ridiculous afterwards. But if someone cares about the bragging rights, about that visual representation over here that shows you the lowest difficulty you've played, which right now for me is bugged. It shouldn't say ridiculous there, it should say normal, because this hero has played on normal while leveling up. If you care about this batch, you wouldn't switch from the difficulty you want to see, because if I switch to a different difficulty, this batch will change. This batch represents the lowest difficulty you have played, not the highest, the lowest. So if your lowest difficulty is the highest, of course you would see that one. But if I switch to normal, I'm gonna see the normal batch, and other people can see this batch. I don't really care about this myself. So that's why I level up on normal or practice. But if someone cares about this, it's good for them to know this before they go into it. You can always switch the difficulty. If you level up on normal, you can always switch back to ridiculous. You're just not gonna have this visual representation. I think most people who are parents and with kids and work and are busy, most people wouldn't really care whether they're leveling on ridiculous or not, as long as it's faster and quicker. And normal is pretty decent of a challenge. But yeah, I always try to say this in case someone really wants to have this visual batch, so they are prepared. So they know how the game works, how the system works with those things. Where do I recommend leveling to 60? In the Fazier's dungeon, because you can get certain items that you can only get in the Fazier dungeon. And there are some very nice maps called Gauntlet. A nice map affix called Gauntlet. Gauntlet means respawning enemies. You don't get drops, but every enemy, every champion pack can respawn. So you can stand in this map for a few levels. Let's say you enter a gauntlet map level 50 at level 48. That means you can probably stay until level 53 or 54 and then leave the map. The enemies would constantly keep respawning, and it's not just regular enemies, elites and champions as well, but you're not gonna get wood drops, only wivebound scrolls from those enemies. The only thing that drops will be the boss at the end of the map. But those maps are very good for leveling, so gauntlet maps, remember those. Gauntlet is an affix, again, in the Fazir dungeon, where you're selecting the cards with positive and negative affixes. And gauntlet is a red negative affix at the top of the card. So in the Fazir dungeon and gauntlet maps, I don't think you can get better leveling up to 60 unless it's such maps. Alright, let's keep moving. Okay, did I miss any other messages? I don't think I did. Okay, I think I've caught up with chat. Sometimes in between combat I can stop and catch up with chat. I try to avoid averting my eyes off the screen when I'm in combat, but I do try to make pauses even during a map sometimes to check if I've missed something. Alright, nice. And there we go. Come on, die. Are we close to the boss? Yes, we are. But my harmonic form was wasted right before the boss room. Not really fun, but it has to be done. Now I'm gonna have to generate some light and dark buff bar. Let's do it like this. Okay, just the light buff bar left now. Damn, Dark Spears helps so much with the generation of that buff bar. Let's see, and now we've got this. And that should work. Let's see. Let's see. The Panoptifist, Legendary Essence, etc. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep that Panoptifist. Definitely not gonna keep this one. Damage for spiritual minions with knockback, no socket. Yeah, I've already got a lot of spiritual items, and I think I've got better spiritual items. But I wanna try. Another summoner build eventually, sometime soon, with the Dusk Mage. I wanna try a Dusk Mage Stormcaller summoner. So like my Sharpshooter Stormcaller summoner, a Dusk Mage version of that. It would be interesting. It's not gonna be soon, but it will be happening eventually. Is it stuck? Never mind. Alright, let's go to the city. I think it's time to go and do some gear back opening. See what we can squeeze out of those bundles. Maybe try and get a better weapon.
Make no promises. Good luck.
Okay, how many contract levels? 43, yeah. That's gonna take three times of collecting stuff.
So you buy in or what?
This.
Thanks for the gold.
Okay.
You pay up front, no refunds.
Junk. That's not bad. This knockback can be very good for some builds, especially entropy or energy spike builds. They really benefit from knockback chance. Knockback on entropy or energy spike can let you squeeze some extra hits. You knock back the enemy and then it gets hit again from the same spell. This one is better because of the socket. Slightly higher defense and evasion, slightly less crit damage, but the socket is a socket after all.
Thanks for the gold.
Okay, let's collect some stuff again.
I make no promises. Good luck out there. You pay up front, no refunds.
Snacku stick. It was about time to get a snacku stick. A snacku stick a day keeps the good RNG away.
Thanks for the gold.
Let's see. Another Sword of the Lost Legion. Is that the new snacku stick? At least it's a useful item, but again, I've been getting this so much. It's probably the 5th one I've got already.
See ya.
Let's go enchant those boots. Let's see. Hello, Keepin. Are you keeping it cool again, Keepin? Let's see about here. What did I want? Oh yeah, I wanted to do this. Sudugut just followed. Thank you very much for the follow, Sudugut. Welcome to the Struck Web on Twitch. What should I put? I'd rather put some poison defense. Alright, regular defense works as well. But let's try a few more times. And that's fine. Those boots I'm probably gonna put somewhere here. Anywhere where it's empty. Let's put this here. Let's put this. Where is there room for an offhand? Offhand. I think each one of them has an offhand equipped. This one doesn't. Let's put this there. So let's try again another map. Something with unique, something with gearwork. Let's do gearworky. Enough with the uniques maps. And I want some gearworky maps. Maybe get one of the new pieces of the new set. Oh, sorry, I accidentally touched my mic. Might have done an ear rape for you. Oh, I forgot to pay attention now. This is gonna be a shitty map, Angered Ancestors. At least it's a high-wit map, so I can just keep moving forward. But corked, corked means my potion is quadrupled or tripled or whatever it was, quadrupled I think. So on a map like this having corked is not a good thing. I can try and just be quick with this map and not kill everything. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, take damage. And he's here. I need to get away. Get away, get away. There we go. How close am I to the boss room? I guess I can rebuild my energy if I use it now. Move, move. Okay, that was nice. And can I move? Wait, do you see how far I need to go back? This is a bad design. If the game is forcing you to go from here all the way there to reach the boss room, that's actually a very bad change. And here I was earlier praising and yesterday praising how nice it is that they've added some more variety in the design and layouts in the High-Vid maps. There we get something that has so much backtracking that it's just silly, stupid. Backtracking is definitely not fun. If there's so much of it. There's a reasonable amount of backtracking that's acceptable, but that was not it. But I guess that's what the random script generated for this map this time. Boom. And again, right before the boss fight, I wasted my harmonic form, as always. Alistair says, is there a way to rebuild your own fort, to move the builds? What do you mean to move the builds? Yes, you can press F to customize. And there's even an option to remove everything and to start from scratch, which I always use. And I start rebuilding my fort from scratch. Everything that you own gets put in the inventory. And you can move everything by just pressing F to enable customize mode. And then just clicking on the item would let you just move it around. You can rotate it with the scroll button as well. Because if you don't like the way it's facing, you can rotate it. So yeah, it's customizable. Forts, pardon me, I need to drink some water. Forts are pretty fun sometimes as a distraction. For some people, forts is the main game, and that's fine. If that's your way of having fun in the game, there's nothing wrong with it. Okay, drink some water. What's the time? 7:55. We've got some time left. And you're welcome. Enjoy the fort minigame. And that's what I mean, this button. It used to be here. Now it's there, and you can press F or just click on the button. And then you can just click on anything. Like click on this, you can rotate it, you can do whatever you want with it. Okay. That's nice. Unique gear walking. There we go. One down. Oh, I forgot to empty my inventory after the last map. Big mistake, huh? I haven't found, since I started leveling this hero, I haven't found a single weapon with double the flat damage affixes on it. In the middle affixes. Pretty strange why it's like that. Very strange, honestly. But yeah, we'll see. Like this. Okay, here we go. And here. Where are the uniques? I've only killed one unique, if I remember so far. Maybe they're just hidden at the end of the map, not at the beginning. There should be one more over here at least. Come on. Show me. Show me the uniques. Pretty strange. Normally on this map there should be at least 3 uniques by this point. Okay, there's gotta be one here next to this thing at least. Come on. No, not a single. Well, that's very strange. It's the map with the least champions per square meter I have done on this layout, on this type of map. See, and here not a single elite. What's happening? It can't be possible that this map only has one champion spawn. Cause that's gonna be pretty weird if there's just one champion spawn. Let's go this way. Did I hear the champion? Oh, finally. Oh, 2 of them at the same place, right. No, that did a lot of damage. Not sure what it was. I guess it's this guy's boat. Those shocking boats do a lot of damage. Oh, by the way, I still haven't found the lightning bower. Can't wait to try it. It's gotta be a bower weapon to use, especially for electrode builds. It's gonna be amazing for electrode builds to use the lightning bower. I'm wondering what cooldown the lightning bower has. If it's anything more than 15 seconds, then it's gonna be underpowered. Because it's basically an entropy with lightning, with shock. So if it has longer cooldown than entropy, then it's definitely gonna be kind of worthless. Well, it's still gonna be useful, but not sure if it's gonna justify sacrificing skill bar slot for something on more than 15 seconds cooldown. Unless its damage is super high to justify the cooldown. I really wanna get that item and try it though. But yeah, so far 5 Swords of the Lost Legion, not a single Lightning Bower, not a single Ember Heart piece. Bad RNG strikes again. Which reminds me, let's check the Lightning Bower in the Legendarium. Let's just check it, see. Lightning Bower. Gain active skill, bow, lightning, fire a large shock bolt that fires off smaller shock bolts. Yeah, we knew that, but what's the cooldown? It's not saying the cooldown, which is kind of the most important part of this. And Aiden Jesus says it's useless item. 8 seconds cooldown, but has no damage. Well, it's not gonna be useful because of the damage, but because of the proccing. Every single shock bolt can proc. So on proc monster builds, it's gonna be very useful. It's gonna be like the Scout's Bones. It may not do much damage, but it can proc things. And you can alternate between Scout's Bones and this item. So maybe for some builds it's useless, but for others it won't be. Marvin says Lightning Boar has 10 seconds cooldown and I tried it on training dummy. Seems like it sucks cause it hits this dummy and doesn't keep moving. No, the training dummy is bugged. You have to aim right. I'm gonna show you with entropy. It's not the Lightning Boar, it's the dummy. You have to aim so that there's no buildings behind the dummy. So for example, let's say this is the dummy. Actually, let's say this green item is the dummy. And I shoot it in this way. It's gonna hit and stop. But if I shoot it in this way, it's gonna keep traveling because there's no wall. I'm gonna show you in a moment when I'm in my fort with entropy, which has the same mechanic. It's weird how it works, but that's kind of it. So try it with monsters. So you put it in the Legendarium, try it with monsters, and you're gonna see. It's good for electrode builds where you're proccing lightning strike. Every single hit with the lightning bower can proc lightning strike. Or any other thing that's a proc, like rupture, like spread of death, like firestorm. So anything that's on hit or on crit can be procced when hitting with this or critting with this skill. Even though it does shitty damage. Again, it's not if it does shitty damage, then it's not gonna be amazing for that, for its damage, but for the proccing it has huge potential. The same way I use Scout's Bones only to proc things, not to do damage. I don't use Scout's Bones with Infectious Shooter in my builds for its damage or for its poison. So I'm gonna see when I get it. I'm gonna test it, but I can show you now with entropy in the fort to see what I'm talking about with that dummy. Why it might stop after hitting, unless you hit it the right angle, and that's just how the dummy works. I find it very strange why it works in this way, but yeah. Alright, let's see what this dropped. The Striders. Novice says the Lightning Boar is at 10 seconds cooldown, 70% weapon damage and 70% weapon damage for each bolt. Well, again, it's not the damage that's important here. It's how many bolts it shoots. That's what I'm really interested about. Is it exactly like entropy? Is it more projectiles? Is it less? But yeah, I'm gonna show you entropy so you can see what I'm talking about. Actually, I don't even need to change my item. I just need to change the skill. So let's put entropy here for a moment. And look at that, right now if I use entropy it hits and stops. And we know that entropy doesn't behave in this way. But if I point my mouse over there, you can see how entropy continues. But if I point my mouse where it's hitting this card, hits, and sometimes it would stop. I mean, again, sometimes it travels, sometimes it stops. Not always, sometimes. See, now it's hit and stopped, it didn't continue over there. So it depends, I guess, how you're aiming it. See, when the cursor is on the dummy itself, it stops, but if I put the cursor somewhere there, it keeps going. And that's just a weird mechanic of the dummy. If you put entropy on top of the dummy, it's just gonna stop at the dummy. But if I target it there, boom, it keeps going. This is probably a bug. I don't think this is intended. Most likely it needs to be reported. Well, if I remember, I will report it later. It's not that important to get fixed. But yeah, maybe some people might get tilted by it. But yeah, let's switch back to this. Let's see. Let's see here. Dividing Berserker Pet. No, don't want Dividing Berserker Pet. Seeking down here, Reliquarian. Okay. And this one. Okay, let's see over here. Nothing that catches my eye so far in those maps. Yeah, nothing that catches my eye. Come on. Let's see this. Alright, that's weird. Didn't find a single uniques if I'm not mistaken, but there were some Gearwalkie maps, so maybe I can just use Shifting Shackles, Gearwalkie Stormbringer, and that should do the trick. Novice says, I think it's about similar amount as the entropy boats. Yeah, that's good enough. If it says as the entropy boat, it's good enough. It's gonna help on proc builds. Lightning Strike, Electrode proc builds would benefit from this. So it's not a useless item. Just not a damage item. It's a proc item. Oh, wait. The Shifting Shackle is on my relic skill, of course it's gonna be on my relic skill. Alright, let's move there. Okay, let's keep moving here. Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving in one place. Actually, let's stand here so I can hit both of them with my projectiles. Okay, this seems nice. This seems pretty nice. Come on, Gearwalkie map, give me that Lightning Bower, I wanna try it. Although, for this build the Lightning Bower won't be great, because I removed all the procs. And the only proc that remains is the Falling Swords. And that's pretty much it. But yeah, I still wanna see it in action. The Lightning Bower will also be a good synergy with chance to knock down, to knock back, not knock down. Chance to knock back would also be pretty nice with that. Okay, let's see what... Come on monsters, leave me alone, my inventory is full. If only I could tell the pet to pick up items, if only... And... By the way, that's pretty decent for Holy Fury Energy Spike builds. See, those extra affixes we can get can be so strong sometimes if it's a perfect synergy for your build. Earlier when I was running the Holy Fury setup, this item with Holy Fury and Energy Spike damage could have been pretty decent to try. Although the Holy Fury and Fat Poison damage might have been still better. But it's still, I guess it depends on what you're using. Yeah, this build can go past the 420k bar. Can it do 420k? This can do 420k if I had a better weapon with 2 times flat damage. Because if I do 360,000 damage, maybe when buffed up and everything, 420k with min-maxed items would be doable. With enough crit damage bonuses, with enough flat damages. And during harmonic form. Novi says, which Dusk Mage light dark skill generate the fastest dark light bar? Entropy, Energy Spike and Dark Spears. Oh, actually Unholy Bolt as well. If you're using the Soul Flask, Unholy Bolt is fun. Let's show you. But you can put dark spears in one place and it would just do its job. Of course this one is not max level. I could get 2 more bolts. Right now I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 I think. Yeah, I'm at 6 bolts right now. I can get it to 7, to 8. But Dark Spear is something you really want. If you're having problem with generating dark and dark buff charge, just pop Dark Spear, and in the meantime you can either use the light skill at the same time to generate them at the same time, or you can use another dark skill if that's your problem. I wish we had a damage over time light skill, it would have been amazing. And it's much easier on an Electrode Dusk Mage to generate everything, because the casting speed on Electrode is immensely better. 75% is just such a good casting speed. But you're gonna have problems with your mana if you don't get cost reduction. And I think they've removed the cost reduction affixes. Maybe they saw my maybe they saw my Absolver Zealot build and decided, fuck, this is too much. We need to nerf the mana again, and decided to remove the cost reduction affixes. Either this or it's a bug and it just stopped dropping cost reduction affixes. And I don't think it was overpowered. I think stacking cost reduction to Absolver and to Unholy Bolt and Holy Bolt and anything else that costs mana was okay, because you're sacrificing damage or other things that you can get on those slots to get this cost reduction. So you're sacrificing one thing for another, and that's how builds work. So it wasn't overpowered, but I really hope it's not intended and it's just a bug that we can no longer get. Oh, finally a good Digitus. As I was saying. And just right on time when I've got full stuff. It's not that great, it's only 8,200, it could have been 8,500 because yeah, the damages had low values on them, but it's still nice. Yeah, cost reduction is, it was my go-to thing for mana management on builds where I wanna use casting speed, and if it's not there anymore, this kind of breaks Dusk Mages on the Electrode. It's not gonna be fun to play Dusk Mage on the Electrode with the casting speed, with Conjure Electrode and 1000 Volt Burst, if they removed all the cost reduction. Because right now, yeah, you can get mana regeneration, but mana regeneration is not as good as cost reduction. You can get mana regeneration on your boots and I think on your helmet. But boots definitely can get mana again. And I hope it's just a bug. I'm gonna make a note ticket when I remember about what happened to cost reduction affixes for the Dusk Mage skills. So Dark Spears, Energy Spike, Dark Bolt and Entropy are the 4 skills that generate good energy, good dark buff charge. I can say the same with a good Panopti Fist Spirit Well. Good Panopti Fist Spirit Well could probably generate good energy if the summons are hitting, if they're not standing, doing nothing and scratching their balls. Because sometimes that's what summons do in this game. The AI is stupid, and you need to teach it. The AI won't get smarter unless you teach it. So the AI needs a good teacher to go there and teach it how to do better. And not just the summons, also the pets. I hope they improve the AI in regards to minions and pets. Eventually. But if you want lazy man generation of dark buff bar without casting anything, you can combine Dark Spears with Spirit Well. You cast them and you let them do their thing. And during that time you're just spamming your light skill, like Absolver or Holy Bolt with Arc of Light or Radiant Blast or whatever you want. And then you can just use Entropy every 8 seconds or 7.2 with the cooldown reduction if you have that item. just for damage and procs, or you can use energy spike every 4 seconds, or that's gonna have to be 3.6 seconds with when they fix it. Actually, I saw that the ticket I made for Dark Spear's cooldown reduction not working on all skills, someone is already working on this ticket. It's nice that I get emails where Note is notifying us if a ticket we made is already being investigated or worked on. Okay, let's see what's in this side of the map. But yeah, this change with the one tapping of skills without putting points into them is amazing. By getting every skill, if you get a plus bonus levels to it to be able to use it. Basically, you have every if you're using the stat, not the stat, but the quest set, you have every skill at your disposal at least level 2, at least. If you're using both the helmet and the chest with one more piece. Or swatting one of them while wearing 3 others. Like I am with the chest right now. Oh wait, I should remove my soul flask. I should remove my soul flask. And Novice, you're welcome anytime when it comes to certain hints and tips. If anyone has more questions, feel free to shoot them. I do check the chat in between fights or in between maps. For light skills, I would say, actually I already said it, but I'm gonna repeat it, just in case you didn't hear. Holy Bolt with Arc of Light. Absolver with tier 3 is amazing. Radiant Blast without the item, without the, I forgot the name, without this item, without the Brilliant Herald. If you're not using Brilliant Herald, Radiant Blast can also be good to generate light buff bar charge. And Holy Fury can also be, but it's not that great. And thank you Orval for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to you. Nice having you here. Seems like I'm doing much less damage now with this item. It's pretty strange. Even with Harmonic Form, this seems to be doing much less damage. I'm wondering if it's... I'm wondering if the monster HP is actually adding some hidden defenses that we're not seeing. I've seen other people saying the exact same. The further they go into the Fuzir, it seems like their damage becomes less rather than the enemies having more HP. Maybe it's just something with this weapon that's wrong, that's broken. So 238, but that was not a crit. I'm gonna test it on the dummy in the town to see how much damage I can squeeze with harmonic form from this weapon, just to confirm that it can be better than my old weapon. Because that's one extra flat damage, so I should be seeing better numbers. Thankfully there's 4 test dummies, which means faster recharge of the buff bar. Both of them. It's not a min-maxed setup weapon, but it should get me to 400,000, not past the 420. Let's see. $165. That was not enough. Why is it only doing 165 for me? That was not a crit. Alright, I'm gonna remove one of the dummies. Actually, I'm gonna remove 3 of them and put them in different places. So it would be easier to tell the numbers. $165 crit, that's something's broken. I was doing much more before. What's happening? This weapon, I'm gonna go ahead and equip the other weapon. And you're probably gonna see what I'm talking about. Where did I put that other weapon? It was this one. I can probably do 165k without even getting the that extra harmonic form. $134 without even critting. Something's wrong. I was doing 300,000 damage before with this weapon. I'm not sure what's happening, but in any case, fuck it. I'm gonna keep playing with the good weapon. And just pay attention to my numbers while in a map. It's 600 flat damage difference, so that should give us some sort of a solid noticeable difference. Alright, let's teleport to... Fuck, I accidentally ported. I want to teleport to a Gamble because my goat is too much. Or maybe let's buy Respectacles. I'm gonna buy Respectacles with my gold coins. What's the time? 8:32 p.m. Why is it taking so long to vote? And they didn't increase the goat limit, it's still maximum 20,000. Even though I thought it was gonna be 25.
I'll keep it chilled. Whoa, you look like monkey needs a drink. I'll be right here. If you're paying, I'm pouring. Come on back.
Okay, let's go do some quests. Should I do some map works, by the way? But map works can't give me fuzzier items. They realized people are not liking fuzzier, so they decided to force some items to only drop there, so that people would start doing the end game. That's one way of making people do your end game. I approve this. I approve putting exclusive items that only drop from a certain end game activity. But that doesn't change the fact that the Fuzzier is still boring as an activity. Come on. Come on, vote. Alright, let's move now. Collector of Waihao. Interesting name for a Voltura. Come on, come on.
What's that here?
And boom. And can I attack them over there with... Oh, I can. Oh no, I can't, it's floating. For a moment I thought it cast it down on the ground in the distance. Now I think I realize why I'm not seeing those same high numbers. There's damage reduction on champions that's much higher than the one on basic enemies. So the big numbers I should still see on the regular trash mobs, if I manage to catch them when my harmonic form is active. Probably in a gauntlet map it would be the best place to try and test this, where I've got an influx of monsters in a certain hotspot. Come on, come on. Harmonic form's ready. Let's try and jump down if I can. I couldn't. Fuck. My harmonic form's gonna end. $452k. There we go. We got past the 420 mark. 452k. Pretty good damage, and that's not. That's without min-maxing everything to the limit. So I can get this build to do over half a mil with energy spike, and that's without energy spike bonus damage items. I'm focusing on absolver bonus damage items, so I can probably get this to 600k if I have 90% damage to energy spike from this and this, and I have flat damage as well in those two, and this one gives me 8.5 8.6k instead of the WoW 8.2. I definitely think 550, maybe 600k damage is doable. I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna start equipping energy spike damage items just to see how much each one would add. And that's without having teammates. Imagine with teammates. I know we lose damage the more people in the team, the less damage we do. But imagine someone with Sonic Pulse on a Forged, 40% extra damage. Boom. Then imagine combining that with Goose, 30% extra damage. Boom. And then a Rail Master with Blasting Charge, another 30% extra damage. Boom. There you go. 100% extra damage you do. Then you're actually doing more damage if you have one of each in the team with those skills. So even though your damage is getting reduced when playing in a team, you can still get 100% increase and still do more than you do solo if you have 4 people in the team. And that way maybe you can even see something like 700k in a team. On a trash mob, of course. On the boss it's not gonna be that much. The thing is, the trash mob is most likely gonna die before all those buffs are applied, because Blasting Charge and Goose do damage. Sonic Pulse doesn't do damage, but yeah, Blasting Charge and Goose do, and it's gonna be double HP, 220% HP enemies to not die from one Goose and one Blasting Charge on a trash mob. But I think in theory it's possible to reach such a number, and in practice as well. You just need the gear. And the teammates, and to synergize this well. But yeah, I've already reached the damage numbers I can do with mediocre synergy gear on a Bane Train on this hero. So this hero can do as much damage as a Bane Train, maybe a little bit slower because this is on a 4-second cooldown and it only does one hit, but it does multiple hits in cascading sequence. So if you have cooldown, you might squeeze that damage more than once per cast with some knockback. So in theory this can be just as good as your Miasma Train, but less tanky. But DPS wise it's not bad, honestly. Not sure which one would be the better DPS when properly geared up with max percent damage to the skill and max flat damage and max crit damage you can get. And someone says, I finally finished the story mode. Buy your Chaotic Mayhem Railman build. That's so strong. Sardox, thank you very much Sardox for the prime sub. Really appreciate it, and it's right in the feels where this sub struck. Thank you again very much. And Kedrick is saying grats to Fred. Fred, grats from me as well to hitting level 60. Now go and open those gearwork bundles before it's too late to open gearwork, not gearwork, but legendary gear bundles and blue gear bundles. You probably have quite a few saved up. So good work with the drops, and may the RNG be with you with those gear bundles. And Sardok says, Duke, how the hell do you find weapons with 8.5k damage? Well, first of all, you need to wife bound, and second of all, you need 2 flat damages in the middle. So you need something like this, but instead of when you wife bind this item, if instead of 1026 poison damage and 1036 poison ice damage, there it should say 150, 140, 130 after the 1000. So you need at least another 100 on the poison and ice. If you're lucky, you can get 1200, 1200 something. So it's RNG. When an item drops, it rolls randomly the values of the affixes after the affixes roll. So this is obviously a low roll, and my ice damage in the bottom is kind of a middle, close to high roll. The 5100 poison damage might be a little bit of a middle roll as well. I think this one can be 5000 to 300, but that's with wife bound in the mix. Let's just show you. So look at one. This one is 4.3k and 9.4k. This goes to 1.132, and the other one went to 5197. So both of those are better than my poison and ice. So this thing you need to consider. So this weapon, if I add one more affix to it, to this weapon, it's probably gonna go 7.5k damage, something like that. So you just gotta get lucky. I haven't, so I don't have 8.5, but I have 8.2, which is good enough. But in theory you can get better, and I have it. I had 8.5 and 8.6k damage weapons. I've even seen people sharing screenshots of 9000 one-handed weapons. And that's when you get super lucky. That's when that happens. Rapid bartering, finally. Okay, let's do it like this. And you're welcome, Sardox. And again, thank you very much again for the Prime sub. But yeah, that's kind of, for some people that's the fun, trying to find those min-maxed items. For me, the fun is when the game allows me to try and min-max my items myself by using materials and resources. Because that way I don't have to rely just on RNG. I mean, there's still gonna be RNG when you're rerolling, but you don't have to just rely on getting that one drop with those 2-3 affixes you want. So let's try energy spike damage items. Energy spike items. Let's try my damage with those. I've only got a chest and I think I've got legs somewhere. Yeah, I don't think I've got more. That's already into Wobby territory. But not everything, so just let's keep checking. But yeah, I've got two. Two items should do for now for energy spike damage. I just want to test how focusing on energy spike instead of Absolver would do. I'm losing a lot of defense. I'm gonna be very squishy. Very squishy. So I'm gonna try and find a lightning map, maybe electric map, to make sure I've got the most defense against the content I'm doing. Wait, when did I get 37? Oh, I did a unique infamous map and I'm back to 37 bundles. I'm gonna need to go back to the city. Let's go to McTire Cove and open some bundles. You never know when the hotfix is gonna drop.
You ready to spend? I'm ready to bet. Anytime.
I don't know why my dirty mind always hears you ready to spend, I'm ready to bend.
I can take off your hands. See you. Hiya. Looking well. Is there something I can take? See you next time. You ready to spend? I'm ready to bet.
It just really sounds so similar to I'm ready to bend. All right, let's open gear bundles. Celestial pants. Okay, let's keep collecting. Come on, come on.
Hiya. Looking for some gear?
Junk. Junk, junk, junk. Junk, 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 junk. Actually, this junk might be interesting against Netherim. Against Netherim, that might be an interesting weapon. Let's keep it. Energy spike and celestial pants. Boom, and a crit chance. Alright. This means here. Let's do this now. Let's do Ebon Grasp. Haven't played with Ebon Grasp since yesterday, so let's do this quickly. I really need a hotkey that opens this consumables inventory. Not this, but this. With the press of one key. Alright, we collected all of them. Let's sell some.
ready to vet.
Wait, this one actually was a good slammer build item. Chance to swow and 2 floods. Energy spike. Can't beat mine. Crit chance and 2 floods, not bad. Invigoration, and it's better than my current invigoration. Very low roll, 800 damage. If it's under 900, it's shit. Bonus damage to basic attacks, attack speed for basic attacks. I can't wait for them to fix those basic attack bonuses. So token invigoration. I'm gonna replace this one with that one. Less cooldown, 2% less, but it's invigoration. Okay, well, we've got energy spike 32.2 and 30.9. So the damage goes to 1500 weapon damage from it should be 999. It's glitching. It's not showing the right numbers when you unequip items. And this is such a weird bug. Because is that just a bug with the stat screen, or is that actual bug with the skills and everything? Does it really not count me unequipping my items on the back end, or is it just on the front end not displaying the changes after unequipping the items? I can easily test it. I can just do energy spike once and then do it again and tell you. Right now, see, it says 991.8. And I can equip the items and it's gonna go higher. But if I unequip them, is it gonna go lower? Let's see. Let's try this first. 62. $43. Okay, so that's just a visual bug. That is just a visual bug. But did you see this? I got from 43,000 damage to 62,000 damage. Wow, okay. Okay. Does that mean this 460,000 damage I did would go to 600? Let's put it to a test. Not angered ancestors. Stormbringer is fine. And Sardogs, there is no actual way to craft, by the way. There is a way to do enchanting. Enchanting a socket. That's what it is in the game. And Shelly Martin says, are you aware if the legendary bundles are staying? They are going away. They're going away. They accidentally reverted changes because the legendary bundles we had them before, and they decided to remove them because it was too OP to get items from bundles instead of from drops. And I actually kind of understand this, but I still like it. I still like how we have the legendary bundles, but they already confirmed yesterday that this was accidental and they didn't intend to do it. So yeah, Sardox, you have sockets. And that's your only way of, in brackets, crafting in the game. When they add more customizations, you can maybe call it crafting, but right now it's not really doing much than just socketing items, enchanting items. Boom, 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 boom. Shit, this plague bearer ruined my testing. Because it made me stay away from my consecration. Now I need to get my charges ready again. And I need to test it on regular trash mobs to see how far can I push the damage of energy spike. And let's try now. 559,000 damage. Okay. We're getting there. It's growing. It's growing and it's showing. It's growing and it's showing. That's like getting a boner in the public transport. It's growing and it's showing. I didn't even realize until I thought about what I just said. But okay, let's see. Sherry Martin says, sad face, crying face. Have you had a chance to look at the ice golem after that buff? If so, how is it now? I haven't had a chance to look at the ice golem. I still haven't done cold heart. I hope it's stronger. I hope it's worth using now, but if someone has tested it, feel free to share with us whether the golem feels better or not after the changes. Nesrio says, holy, I respect my Realm Master from Walkwise into Chaotic, but I'm still rocking a different build than you. But it melts. Yeah, it's definitely gonna melt. Are you using basic attacks to generate energy with the passive? Or are you just using other things? And is it a train or a slammer? But yeah, Chaotic is it's pretty fun. But make sure you have max level 1000 volt burst, because you're gonna see how much it melts. 1000 volt burst tier 3 is the thing that melts more than anything in the game, I think. Right now. But it's very hard, not that hard, but it's slow to get it. It's not as easy to get it as Chaotic Strikes. And it's not supposed to be, that's why it does so much damage. You just managed to get 10 respects to get away from Walkawized. It's a train, no melee, no auto attacks, no ghost train, no mortar. Well, no mortar meaning you're using flamethrower, car and shotgun. The classic combo. Are you using shocking rounds? And are you using the passive that's over here? I forgot its name. The one with shock bolts when you kill and crit an enemy, something like that. Because if you are, you might consider removing points from that that one there and putting those points all the way to get tier 3 1000 volt burst to see what I'm talking about. I think getting tier 3000 volt burst would be your boss melter. It's gonna melt bosses so quickly that you're not gonna even be able to say your name before the boss is dead. In some cases. You're gonna see it's a game changer. It's definitely a game changer. Tier 3 1000 volt burst Maybe it's getting a nerf, maybe it's not, but if it does get a nerf, I won't get surprised. Let's put it that way. So it's worth sacrificing this passive with the shock bolts maybe just to test. But how many points do you need even? What level is your 1000-volt burst? If you need more than 5 points, then things you might consider sacrificing would be shocking rounds. You might want to consider sacrificing shocking rounds. It's not bad. Alternatively, you can try and sacrifice shotgun car if you're not using the shotgunner shield. Oh, if it's at level 7, then you just need 3 points. Then you don't even need to remove the passive completely. Just 3 points of the passive should do the trick. Are you using spike drive to slow bosses? Because a chance to slow apparently doesn't slow bosses. Not sure if it's intended or not. Oh yeah, if you have the shield... Oh, you would love shotgun and shield car. I would love to do a build like that if it was an option. The same way I would love to do mortar car and flamethrower car if it was an option. Unfortunately it isn't, and that's kind of how it is. Yes, you're saying yes since you don't have to put 1 point into it now. You fucking love it. It's definitely fun. I mean, we're getting some nice quality of life this update, especially as I said multiple times today and repeated myself, this extra good stuff that we don't have to put points into skills to use them as long as we have the sets. It just opens up some things, opens up some builds. I realize this has no socket. So today I did a lot of testing and I'm happy with the testing. I will have a lot to talk about when I make my build videos. In general, I would strongly suggest anyone who is attempting to redo this build when I make the build video to either focus on damage with Absolver or focus on damage with energy spike. Of course, if you have an item that gives you % damage Absolver and % damage energy spike, it's probably gonna be the best choice, but yeah, good work with the RNG to get something like that. But yeah, either focusing on damage with energy spike or damage with Absolver is the way to go. Pick one, stick with it. Stack damage bonuses for that one. If you get lucky, sure, get lucky and get bonuses to both. Should I do another uniques map? Let's do this one. You're trying to make a full glass cannon dodge or die build for ridiculous with insane DPS output. Okay. How are you gonna go on about doing this? Are you gonna use a two-handed weapon? Are you gonna use one-handed with a focus item? For example, a doom pipe equipped instead of a shield equipped? You only play the second class difficulty and you blast through maps with almost 21k damage. That's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Keep in mind, this damage you're seeing on your stat sheet is the combination of damage, crit chance and crit damage. This one is damage, crit chance and crit damage. So it takes everything like that into consideration. And this is the thing, this can lie to you. Because flat damage gives you less damage than % damage to your skill. I tested it And yeah, flat damage doesn't, not flat damage, percent damage to a certain skill does not get reflected here. So the 60% extra energy spike damage that gives me from 991 to 1513 weapon damage, which is such a huge boost. This does not get reflected here. And yeah, if I were to put this gives me 1000 damage. But look at this. This is 1257 only. And this 250 weapon damage I'm losing is not worth 938 poison. And keep in mind, this is not even wife bound items. I can wife bind those items. And at least this one, not this one. And this one would increase the damage to maybe 35% or 33%. And that's not even a high roll. It would have been more than 30% before the wife bound if it was a high roll. So you shouldn't trust this number too much. Obviously it's good to have a higher number there, but certain things give you invisible DPS, and invisible DPS in this game in many cases is better than the visible one. So since if you're running a train build, flamethrower card damage is amazing. Invisible damage, but it counts, even though you don't see it on the tooltip. Base 35 defense, not so bad, but 35% defense on ridiculous would be very fatal in many cases, unless you're very good with dodging. But you say you're doing a glass cannon, dodge or die, so it's that type of playstyle that you're doing. And for a glass cannon build, that's not bad. 35% physical defense is not bad. You also have most cosmic items with sockets, nice. You mainly played assassin builds. Dodge builds most of your life in Path of Exile. Yeah, if you're good at dodging, that's pretty nice. Then if you wanna dodge more, consider using the item that gives you extra charges to hammer spin. The Centrifugal Demolisher and the... what's its name? Fuck, I forgot the name. The hood, the Wanderer's hood. You can consider swatting one of those or both of those. By the way, hammer spin, if you hit an enemy, maxes your damage reduction to 90%. So hammer spin by itself is such a strong skill with tier 3. Because you get 90% damage reduction just by hitting an enemy with hammer spin. Tier 3. The tier 3 bonus gives you 50%, and the melee damage reduction gives you 50% if you don't have tier 2 blasting charge. And that caps you at 90%. But I'm not sure how exactly it's working now. Can you check if you hit your dummy or an enemy with hammer spin, whether the damage reduction you see here goes to 90%? Because they said something about it becoming multiplicative instead of additive. So I'm wondering if that's gonna be 75% now and not 90%. And whether they were talking about this damage reduction or whether they were talking about the damage reduction from defenses, or whether they were talking about the damage reduction that you apply on enemies like Damnation and Curse of Pippi. Those things, they weren't clear in the patch notes. They weren't clear about which damage reduction they're talking to. Because there's 3 types of damage reduction. 3 types of things that the game refers to as damage reduction. Or as some sort... See, this one it doesn't really say damage reduction, it says damage prevented. So maybe it's not this one they're referring to. But it could be the damage reduction, like the damage reduction from melee attack, the fighter spirit, the one from skills like skittering shoulders, etc. You can't get a good one-hander, yeah, that's sometimes difficult. If you keep gambling for one-handers, eventually maybe one will drop. Those blue gear bundles that we get right now should grant you a ton of blue stuff. So maybe focus farming some fame while it lasts. Terry the Tank is back. Welcome back, Terry. Welcome back. You can try in 30 minutes. Nestor says you can try in 30 minutes. Still debating on what to pick as his third legendarium. He's using Doom Pipe and Shotgunner Shield. Well, you can use the Cosmic Chest and put a blue chest until they fix the legendary items. You're constantly experimenting. Unless you have an amazing Cosmic Chest, but see, Cosmic Chest cannot give you flat damage, but it can give you damage to Flamethrower car or damage to whatever other skill. So at least that's good in that front. Until they fix it so it can give flat damages and percent elemental, but you can get crit damage on a Cosmic Chest and you can get percent damage to a skill. And there it's going fine. We're talking, we're discussing theory about builds and damages and stuff like that. the usual stuff. Nerd Gamer is back. Welcome back, Nerd Gamer. Welcome back. You've gotten a shield that can summon minions. Yeah, this shield you wanna pair it with the bone razor. See, the bone blocker goes hand in hand with the bone razor. Bone blocker, bone razor. And it used to work where you can equip the bone blocker and swat the bone razor, but before the patch I tested it and we could also equip both of them in the legendarium and still get the 10 skeletons. Unless they changed it. I can try and tell you. Let's equip this. Let's see if it works again. Is that 10 skeletons? I think it's 10 skeletons, so yeah, it still works that way. Hey, what did I have here? Oh yeah, the Ebon Grasp. I don't want the Ebon Grasp. Let's use something else. Let's use oh, what happened with arc-powered pants? That's the new arc-powered pants. Oh, they didn't change the old arc-powered pants. So basically arc-powered pants right now has the same affix as the new set item, which you can see here. The Ancient Ember pants. Exactly the same. They were supposed to remove the arc-powered pants affix from it and put something new. Oh, and this changed to critical hit with a melee skill. Okay, interesting. Let's get some gearworky stuff. Oh, you can always switch. By the way, you said you're experimenting with what to do. If you're farming, constantly switch the chest piece. In the third legendary slot, you can put the Vultura chest, the Woodsbeast chest, and the Hivit chest, depending on what type of enemies you're fighting. That way, you're constantly getting that extra 20% gearwork. Nerd Gamer GR Bone Razor is a level 60 only drop, so you can only get it from level 60 enemies. Keep that in mind. Well, there isn't another legendary shield with summons. There is a greatsword with summons. A legendary greatsword with summons. I'm not sure what other new shield. There is no new shield. There was a new mace, a new greatsword, and 6 new items. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the alpaca one. You're talking about the holy icon. But it doesn't let you summon the enemies by using, but it's on block. This is one of the strongest items apparently, as people are saying. The 3 alpacas. The 3 alpacas that shoot holy bolts. Although they reworded it to no longer says fires bolts of energy. It's to no longer say fires holy bolt, but fires bolts of energy. So it no longer procs holy bolt. So if I level up my holy bolt, it's not gonna get bonus damages for sure. The way it's worded now. I wonder if they changed it to look different than holy bolt, or whether it's still the same animation. Yours has a socket. Well, that's a decent shield. It's worth using this shield. Because the alpacas can do some nice damages. Come on, come on. Take that damage, take that damage. You just wish your weapon had electric damage instead of poison. But why? Do you mean it had shock damage? Because it doesn't matter what element your weapon is. What matters is the chance to shock, chance to poison. So are you referring to chance to shock instead of chance to poison? Whether your weapon has poison damage on the affix or electric doesn't matter. If you have chance to shock, even a poison damage weapon will shock. Like this weapon has poison and ice, and if I put a point into this skill, I would still be able to burn enemies. The same way with tingling sensation. If you have points into tingling sensation, you're still going to be able to shock. Just because tingling sensation gives you a chance to shock regardless of what element your weapon is. I'd rather not see power creep levels like Diablo 3. Please no Paragon levels in this game. Or Chaos. Chaos Bane has Paragon level equivalent, by the way. But there's like a soft cap there. In Chaos Bane, after you reach 200 levels in each of those skills you can level up, you reach a limit. So like in Chaos Bane there's like a soft cap in the Paragon equivalent, which is the legend ranks, and that's 1200. And that still takes a ton of grinding to do. But yeah, I'm not a fan of those power creep thingies. Prestige levels, whatever you wanna call them. If they do it, they need to have a limit and not a limit that takes too long to reach. And seasons, even worse. Even worse. I don't want to start over. But yeah, if their seasons, make it optional. Don't force everyone to participate. Make it so that the seasonal content is also available to the non-season league. If they make something like that. I don't want to have to wait a few months to play the new content on my old heroes. It's just not fair. It's not fair. You've given the game your time and then it's forcing you now to wait before you can play the new content, because it's season only content. Let people compete with seasons and leagues if they want to, but give normal people that content on the normal league as well, without needing to compete and participate in some season events or whatever. Path of Exile could have been so much more fun if they allowed the new content to be in the old leagues, in the standard leagues, without needing to wait for the old, for example with Heist. If you're playing on the regular server, I assume you can't access the Heist mechanics until the Heist league is over, and it gets migrated into the standard servers. And I guess Path of Exile is like that every league. I mean, you can do seasons without forcing people to start over. There is this misconception that seasons need to be tied to starting over. You can do seasonal things that can be played on already leveled heroes, on old heroes, without racing for levels or whatever. You can still call it seasonal, there can be still some sort of new mechanic or something weird every season, every league, without needing to make people to start over. So if Torchlight 2 considers seasons, I hope they're considering a way where you don't force people to start over their accounts. Because there's definitely a way to do it. I've talked long ago when we were discussing WoWs and WoWs and seasons how something like this can be done. So I'm not gonna go into details yet again. But there are many ways how you can do seasonal content without actually forcing us to do new heroes. What dan Nazaudenau, Nazaudeno, sorry if I mispronounced your name, Vlad. He says, do you have this build text version? No, not today, tomorrow. This build is coming tomorrow. If you want something similar, you can try my Pyromancer. The Pyromancer on my website is something similar, slightly different, but I can show you the skills quickly. You can see 10 points here, 10 points here, 2 points here, 4 here, 4 here, 8, 4, 4, 4, and then 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, 8. This is just for the passive, this is just for the passive, this is just for the passive. This is just for the passive. This is just for the passive, and the rest are active skills which we use for the active and passive. I'm using Egg of Mayhem and Celestial Cuirass. This one is optional. This one here is up to you. I would strongly suggest on this SWAT using Ancient Ember boots. And with the Ancient Ember boots, you probably would want to be wearing some Ancient Ember things. For now, the sets are a little bit underpowered because legendary items cannot get flat damage, like this. Where is it? I wanted to show you, like this poison damage. But legendary items can get percent damage to energy spike, percent damage to absolver. So percent damage to energy spike and absolver are very good. Percent damage to any skill is better than flat damage. The thing is, it only applies to that specific skill. But again, it can be amazing and very strong. And you can get it on legendary items as well. But the developers confirmed that every single blue affix should be obtainable on legendary. So that's broken. Poison damage, fire damage, electric damage, etc. should be rollable on legendary chests, on legendary legs as well. and also on legendary weapons. Right now you can get legendary weapons with extra poison, ice, etc. damage affixes, which is kind of annoying, and I really hope they fix it soon, because then I would consider putting 3 pieces Celestial, 3 pieces of the new set, and the 3 pieces of the new set I would use would be the boots, and I think the other one was the chest and helmet. Let me check. So I would definitely use the helmet, and then maybe either the chest or the gloves. Probably the gloves, helmet, and boots would be the 3 ember pieces I want for this build. And the 4 celestial pieces you want for this build are celestial mask, gauntlets, and boots. See, since both of them require boots and both of them require gauntlets, you're gonna have to put in the legendarium the gauntlets of one set, and actually the helmet is also something. So let's say you're wearing the helmet, boots, and gauntlets of one set, and you want the helmet, boots, and gauntlets of the other set. You're gonna have to put them in the legendarium. That means you're gonna have to wear Twilight. You're gonna have to wear the celestial pants, the celestial chest, and maybe one of those 3 celestial. And then you have to wear the other 2 pieces of the other set and the shoulders of the other set. What are the shoulders of the other set? Let's see. Well, they're not bad. Actually, that's pretty decent. See, that's probably how I would min-max this build. Wear Ancient Ember's shoulders and wear one of those 3, as I said. 1, 2, 3 as Ancient Ember. Then swat the other one of those 3. And then wear the chest of the Celestial, wear the Celestial legs, and then one of those 3 that you're not using as Ember. But the thing is, in all 2 sets you want the mask, the gauntlets, and the boots to wear. And you probably would wanna be wearing an Egg of Mayhem. Most likely you would wear a Egg of Mayhem because there's not gonna be enough room in the Legendarium. For now that's fine, because for now I'm not wearing that, but yeah. The weapon is, for now I'm using a regular blue weapon with flat damage only, wife bound. This can be a bit stronger, this can go to 8.65, 8.7 thousand damage. If you're lucky you can even get it close to 9,000 damage, if you get high rolls on the stats. And most likely you would want Egg of Mayhem equipped, not a shield, which would make you a bit more squishy, but you would want that room for those new items. But that's your way to make this build extra spicy between the 2 sets. Corked Gear Waki. But yeah, the new set is definitely nice, and I can't wait to get some of those pieces. I'm just getting unlucky all day. All day. I can't go getting random legendary items unlucky, but the random legendary items are just not the ones I want. So in a way it's still a little bit unlucky, because the RNG is not giving me the items I wanna get. But at least it's giving me items, so I can tell the difference between before the patch and after the patch, and it's a big difference in regards to how much it's dropping. I'm not even doing the most droppy maps. But yeah, I'm gonna make this as a text version build tomorrow, and as a build video as well. So tomorrow my stream most likely will be a little bit late, due to me editing and writing the 2 guides. But yeah, it's definitely opening up some possibilities now with those things. And the build is flexible. If you don't like using one light skill like Absorber, you can use another one. If you don't like using Energy Spike, you can use Entropy. You can even use Holy Fury or Holy Bolt or even Radiant Blast if you feel like it. I just didn't want to copy paste my old Pyromancer build. My Pyromancer build is using Entropy and Radiant Blast. My ideal setup would be using Entropy and Absolver. So that would be my ideal setup if you want something that's strong. And then you would stack damage to Entropy affixes. Or damage to Absolver affixes. Or both. If you get item that gives you bonus damage to both of them, even better. But yeah. There's obviously ways to get this build reworked a little bit with the skills to fit your preferred playstyle, to use your preferred skills. As long as you maintain the core, and the core is it being Egg of Mayhem, Sword Smash, spamming build with Summoning Smash spamming as a result. The more you spam Sword Smash, the more you can spam Summoning Smash. That's kind of how smashing this build is. And I already got it to do for 550,000. When I had Consecration. Without Consecration you just saw 480,000. That sounds ridiculous on a trash mob, obviously. On a non-trash mob it's gonna be different damage when in harmonic form. But it can be better. It can be better if I get shoulders with damage to Energy Spike. I can't wait to get shoulders with the Energy Spike to see if I can push the damage past 650,000 or so. And just interesting. Oh, and Consecration, I have 0 points into Consecration, but I can still use it because I have 2 bonus levels. And with the new patch we can now use skills that we don't have points into, as long as we have the set bonuses from the chest or helmet that give us 1 or 2 points, in my case 2. And that's a very great way of getting that little bit of extra DPS. Noob Noob says, did I hear you correctly earlier that the legendary gear from contracts was a mistake and is going to get patched? Yeah, it was a mistake. They reverted. This was an old thing that we had before, and they removed it, and now it's back by accident. So the legendary gear from contracts was not supposed to be added. And it's getting hotfixed, so use all your contract rewards, collect your contract rewards and use all those gear bundles before it gets patched out. Because you never know what's gonna happen and how and when it's gonna get patched. We know they're gonna revert it to the old contract or old dish, but with the new decorations, because this contract right now is missing the promised for decorations that it was supposed to have. So they somehow ended up mixing up the old contracts with the new build, and now you can't get those 6 for decorations, which were supposed to be 2 for each of the contract types. And the good news is you can at least get some legendary gear bundles yet again. Kedrick says, Truck, will you still go back to Divinity or Baldur's Gate one day? Oh yeah, I have to go back, but it's a busy, hectic kind of part of the year. There's just so many launches, so many games. I mean, Godfall is coming, then Cyberpunk is coming, and then there's the update of Chaos Bane. It's busy. I mean, I wish I could clone myself and stream at the same time and play at the same time 2 games, but that's not how it works. I can't clone myself and my streaming setup and stream twice and make content twice for different games. So I gotta try and just juggle them and balance out certain things. Did they fix the Bone Nerd bug quest? I mean, they supposedly fixed a lot of quests, but some people are reporting that the quest with the spider Iker still can be bugged at times. Nerd Gamer, whether you should change the difficulty is completely up to you. It's easier to farm on certain other difficulties than Ridiculous, but Ridiculous gives you more champion spawns, which could result in more chances to get gear. And now that they made champions have higher chance of dropping gear, slightly higher chance of dropping gear, it's probably worth it to farm on Ridiculous. But if your damage and defense is not up to speed with Ridiculous, then maybe play on hard or on painful until you think you're ready for Ridiculous. Let's see if I've missed some chat in just a moment. Okay, I don't think I've missed any chat. Cheers Gaming, normal sucks. Well, normal, I'm not gonna say normal sucks because you can kill stuff quicker. So you're probably not gonna get as many champions per map, but you're gonna be completing maps quicker and doing more bosses and doing more boss chests on normal. So normal still has its bonuses. You have less gear luck, but it's gonna be quicker runs which would result in more bosses and boss chests per hour. That's what normal is. So if you can negate that extra gear luck you're losing, and if you can negate those extra champions and enemies spawning, and they're just fine and just wanna get more bosses and boss chests, that's fair enough. I mean, let's do this one, but let's switch to high with chest. Marvin says the new champion XP increase feels way better to play on Ridiculous. Well, there has always been champion XP increase. When did they add new champion XP increase? Champion. Oh yes, slightly raise the XP to level from... Oh no. From level 6 to 41 to more accurately accommodate additional XP from champions. Oh yeah, this doesn't mean they added new XP. This means that they raised the XP needed to level because they know that champions give us more XP and they didn't account for this. If that's what you're referring to. I'm gonna copy paste it. This thing. So maybe you misunderstood this. This means they made it to take more XP per level between level 6 and level 41 because champions give us more XP and they didn't account for this before. But we always had, well not always, but we've had for a long time increased XP from champions. Oh, it's good to hear that it feels faster. It's good to hear that it feels faster to level up. check over here. Check your mail in-game. To check my mail in-game? Okay. Oh yeah, I just see. So that's the new fort decorations, I guess. Well, there wasn't anything in the mailbox yesterday. Okay. Interesting. So a legendary gear bundle. Thank you, Ektre, for the legendary gear bundle. Please give me one of those new set items from that bundle. But those items don't drop from the bundles. That's the other thing. They only drop from drops in the Fazir. But yeah, thanks for telling me about this. And welcome back, Serin76. The name sounds familiar, so I'm almost sure I've seen you here before. That's why the welcome back. Noob says, I found on Ridiculous that once you drop some damage for defense, it's actually pretty easy when leveling on 22% versus O and 35 versus Element. You hardly take any damage at all. Back when you had 10%, you would get randomly one shot. Oh yeah, on Ridiculous it's definitely great to try and get defense. Resistances and defenses are very good early in the game and in the mid game as well. It's gonna take a longer time to kill enemies, but at least you're gonna do less dodging and less kiting. So in general it might increase your damage by means of not dodging and not stopping to damage and keeping the DPS up. Kind of like an indirect DPS buff. By the way, it's getting late, so soon I'm gonna have to stop streaming. Soon. It's 9:45 PM, so we've got some time. But it's been a long stream today. Eventually, by the time I'm done streaming, it would be 6 hours. And tomorrow my stream's gonna be a bit later in the evening, because yeah, I'm gonna have to do some editing, make that build, write it up as well. Noob subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, Noob, for the Twitch Prime sub. It hit right, it struck right in the feels, dude, right in the feels. Thank you very much, really appreciate it. You forgot. Well, thank you. I definitely will enjoy it. I'm gonna put it to good use. Most likely getting towards my Buy Godfall fund. Because that's what I'm keeping my Twitch. Normally the payments I get from Twitch I keep for games. And the payment from YouTube I keep for upgrades. For now. Because Twitch goes into PayPal, whereas YouTube goes into my bank account. So with PayPal I can just use the money to buy the games without needing to use my card or anything. Seems pretty fair enough. How much I make with YouTube? I'd rather not say, but it depends. But I can tell you what you can expect in YouTube. 1,000 views in YouTube could get you, I think, $2, $1 or $2. That's what you can get as a partner on YouTube. But that's not really the real numbers, because not everyone sees the ads. Some people use ad blockers, but that's the general formula. On average, roughly per 1,000 views, you get one or €2, $1 or $2 or something like that. Again, it's different because not every person sees the ads, so not every view counts towards that. Well, it's in general per your account. It doesn't matter whether it's one video or not. In general, that's roughly what you might expect. It could be on one video, it could be across 10 videos, but that's roughly what you can expect to make on YouTube as a partner. So if anyone is considering to start making content on YouTube, now is as good time as any. I mean, content consumption now is constantly growing due to the coronavirus, and more people are watching content on YouTube and on other places. And if you're shy, if you don't want to talk, if you don't want to show your face, you can just record yourself playing a game with no commentary and write whether it's 4K or 1080p or 1440p, and just do that. Just do that. Silent playthroughs. I love watching those things. I prefer watching silent gameplay without comments myself when I'm researching a game. And if you don't have software to edit, you can just upload them as they are. But it's definitely worth, if you want to be serious, to try and get some software like Sony Vegas or Adobe Premiere or DaVinci for editing. Even some of the cheap, I think if you have a Mac, you can just edit on Final Cut Pro. It's not bad. You can just try and get some basic editing software just for some things. There's a ton of free content out there for content creators. There's a ton of templates, a ton of animations, a ton of transitions. There are just so many things that you can get either for free, or if you think it's worth it, you can even pay for some of the paid packs. But yeah, if anyone is considering putting content on YouTube, now is as good time as any. But yeah, how much one makes depends on how many people watch their content. It's not really directly related to the number of people watching the content. It's related to the number of impressions, how many people see your ads, how many people click on those ads, and things like that. Also, you have to pick what types of ads you're doing. There's one type of ads I don't allow YouTube to do, and that's ads at the end of the video. Once the video ends, that's it. I don't want people seeing ads after my video is done. I don't think it's fair. I don't like it myself. Post-row ads. So I've let them do the other ones, but not those. And I don't let them do non-skippable ads as well. I don't like non-skippable ads, so I'm not letting YouTube run non-skippable ads on my content. I think that's a fair way to treat your viewers. Treat them the way you would like to be treated yourself as a viewer. And again, some people use ad blocks. On my Firefox I don't use ad blocker, but on my personal browser, my Chrome, I do use ad blocker there. And I definitely understand people who use ad blockers, as I use them myself. But yeah, if for example for a certain day you have like 10,000 views, chances are you might get like around 19, 18, 20 bucks for that day. That's just a rough estimation. Of course there's a lot of factors, as I said, but yeah, that's kind of it to you. That who asked actually? Was it Kedrick that asked? Yeah, Kedrick asked. And Subfun Horror, welcome back to the channel. And the good thing, by the way, about making content on YouTube, um, if you're working, if you don't have much time, you can just do 1, 2, 3 videos a week until it starts going, until it starts growing, and then eventually just switch to more and more and more, depending on your time. There's always people to watch content. See, I didn't have people caring about Torchlight 3 until the game launched. And people were watching my Chaos Bane content more than my Torchlight 3 content for a long time. And the weirdest thing is, even with Borderlands 3 being popular as it is, I was barely getting anything with Borderlands compared to Chaos Bane or Wosen. With Wosen, I think was my record back then, before Torchlight 3 launched. My record for people watching my stuff, especially that Sacred Paladin build in Wosen. People ended up receiving this one pretty nicely because it wasn't yet another Bleeding Edge build. I guess it wasn't your typical Bleeding Edge build, and I'm kind of bummed that I could never get to make my Rage Mage build because it was just so underpowered. It was not worth considering even testing it. So this now, my energy spike is going up to 1708 weapon damage. I just wanna check it. 197k crit. With this one, my crit would be... I need to see the crit. Come on, crit, 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 crit. Crit, please. Come on, crit, please. Alright, I'm gonna do it on the multiples. $193. Okay, so this is more damage than my 30.5% crit damage. First of all, I'm getting the damage even if I don't crit. Second of all, even my crits are better. I'm losing a lot of defense though. I'm at 26% now. If only I could get a good shoulder with defense and a socket and energy spike damage. Okay, let's do another map. Let's try Stormbringer. Unique gear wiki. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. And Item Jesus says that his bower dropped from the bundle. But yeah, bower and the sword can drop from bundle, the great sword. But the set items are only for the Fazier, so they cannot drop from the bundle. Keep that in mind. There we go. see here. Okay, there we go. Let's teleport here. Joe Lehman says, have you noticed the difference in legendary drop rate? Oh yeah, I've noticed a big difference in legendary drop rate. I used to be crying internally from the whack of drops I can get. And now, now I'm actually at least getting legendaries. I may be getting legendaries I don't need. But at least they're dropping. I mean, it's better than not getting any, for sure. There we go, another one. Where is this plague bearer coming from? Who is the plague bearer that I'm not seeing? Oh, is it one of those automatons there? Oh, never mind, I'm just doing a plague bearer map. Okay, that makes sense. Focus on the little guys for now, I guess. Let's see. Terry says, have you got any of the new legendary gear yet? Only the Great Sword. I haven't gotten anything other than the Great Sword yet. Not the Lightning Bower, not any of the set items. But you can see them in the Legendarium. And Mundo85, welcome to the Struck Web. Thank you very much for following me, Mundo85. It is appreciated. It is appreciated. Baldur's Gate 3 just released hotfix number 4. I just saw the notification on Steam. I want to check my damage to trash mobs with energy spike with those shoulders that I've equipped. Ah, can't fucking move, okay. Ah shit, he died right before... Fuck. I really wanted to test my damage against trash mobs. Now my harmonic form is gonna end before my... Damn. Before my consecration was ready. It couldn't stay alive for one more second, just one more second before I could... Now I have to boost it up quickly again. Alright, harmonic form, get ready, get ready, get ready. Now let's go test it against trash enemies. Shit, I didn't see the damage. Come on, come on, do the damage. Did someone see the high damage? I couldn't. This is so annoying. I really want to see my highest damage number now. Let's keep trying, let's keep trying. Okay, I can now do this. How am I doing? I need dark buff bar. Dark buff bar. Let's get dark buff bar here. Let's try get some trash mobs. Okay, now let's check the damage. Boom. 564,000. Okay, it's not that much, but it's still good damage. I was expecting getting closer to... I was expecting getting closer to 600k, but I can pass the mark. With better items, I can pass the mark. And that's without wife binding my gear. If I wife bind it, that's 20% more on the percent stats. So we can squeeze more damage if we do something like this. But yeah, that's a good number. 564k crits from energy spike every 4 minutes AoE. It's not as strong as the flamethrower car, I guess, where you can do like 400-500k every 10 seconds, few hits in a row. I must raise my damage. See, I'm telling you, I told you earlier, this damage is invisible damage. This damage there is invisible, it's visible damage, and the visible damage is not as good as invisible. See, this 26% energy spike, this 28% energy spike damage, and this 32% energy spike damage is what I call invisible. It's not gonna show up here, but it's gonna boost your damage a lot. This thing here includes crit chance and crit damage. Crit chance can give you this number to get higher, but it's not gonna make your crits bigger. So this one is DPS, it's not damage. This is DPS. This one here also includes crit chance. So crit damage is gonna make your damage higher if you crit. Crit chance is gonna make your DPS higher because you're gonna be critting, but it's not gonna make your hits bigger. So again, don't trust this number as much. Just look at the skill now. The skill now is 1708 weapon damage. If I remove this, and this skill becomes 991% weapon damage, which is almost half of the damage. So I'm doing almost double damage by having those items. So yeah, some things are just not visible to the eye from that tooltip there, and they are stronger than flat damage. I've tested it. I even tested it earlier on the stream again. If I put this, where is it? This poison damage, it doesn't give me as much damage on energy spike as the damage with energy spike percent will. The same goes for Lex and etc. and other things like that. So yeah, I know you're fighting Ordrak. The final boss is fighting Ordrak, but I'm not gonna reach 251 because I don't want to reach 251. I don't play the game to reach the end of the Fazir because there's no reward for me at the end of the Fazir. I don't feel a reason to push until the end. And it's just so time consuming for a bragging right privilege to say, hey, I beat the Fazir dungeon. I really don't care about this. I just want to get better items and farm wood for better builds, for different builds. That's all I care about, making builds, getting gear for those builds. And yeah, at some of the higher stages it's much faster to farm items with uniques and dividing stacking, but that's probably gonna get nerfed, so I'd rather not rely on abusing certain things. For now, if I end up pushing as far, okay, I will use it, but I don't see myself pushing as far. And I don't need to max out my gear to make a build. See, this build works fine. I think with my current gear I can take this to the end. if I maybe sacrifice a little bit of damage and get more defense, obviously. I would rather have defense instead of bok chance here. I would rather have a socket here. I would rather have a socket here instead of evasion defense. And actually a level 60 item. And instead of a duration of nimble flames, something else. Here instead of spirit well levels, I would rather have something else like mana again. Here instead of bonus damage with pistol basic attacks, I would rather have mana again. Instead of evasion, I would rather have defense. And again, everything needs a socket. So there's so many ways that my gear and everything can improve. Many ways. Well, Ritkitu Wolsen is most likely on graveyard shift support until maybe the first Chronicle launches. But when are they gonna launch the first Chronicle? I mean, there's gonna be so many big launches this year. There's gonna be Godfall, there's gonna be Cyberpunk. People will be busy with other games. People will be busy. I don't think many people would have time to go back to Wolsen. Especially if they don't improve the XP rates and the drop rates and fix the crafting that was broken, where changing the affixes of an item was close to impossible for the ones you want, because you would put a green gem and another green gem, and then you would get the stats of a blue gem or a yellow gem. Because and then you're better off just putting random gems or no gems and just re-rolling. Well, solo play is not always boring, at least for me it isn't. And Cyberpunk eventually would have some multiplayer from what I've heard. But yeah, I will play Godfall, but I don't think Godfall will be more interesting than Cyberpunk. But yeah, I will play Godfall. I will now that they delayed Cyberpunk, I will get Godfall. I'm not sure I've got enough money to get it, because I want to get the deluxe edition with the DLC. And I want to save some money for my web hosting in my PayPal. But let me check quickly how much I've got, whether I've got enough for it. Ah shit, this browser maybe doesn't remember. I wish Twitch would pay out before reaching. The way Twitch pays out, it doesn't pay you until you reach $100 for at the 15th of the month. Otherwise, it waits until the 15th of the next. Okay, I've got 76 euro in my PayPal. That's not enough for Godfall, and probably my web hosting will charge me. What date? My web hosting will charge me. Well, it's gonna be soon. It's gonna be soon. But maybe I will just use my YouTube money to buy Godfall and then transfer my PayPal money to my bank account. But I will make sure I get Godfall. Even if I don't get the one with the DLC, I can at least get the cheaper version, the regular version. Because I need something to fill in the time between the delayed date of Cyberpunk and the originally announced first delay of Cyberpunk. I don't mind the delay. Honestly, the delay works out much better for me than expected. It worked out much better than I expected, this delay. Because now I can play a little bit of Warhammer Chaos Bane with the new hero when it comes out on the 10th. And then when Godfall comes out, I can make some content, I can play it, I can stream it. And we've got 3 weeks extra delay for Cyberpunk. So that's gonna be like a full month between Godfall releasing and Cyberpunk releasing to enjoy Warhammer Chaos Bane, Torchlight 3 and Godfall. It's pretty solid, honestly. And Joy Mama says, wow, what is hitting for 494k? That's the second time I've seen it. Oh, it can even hit for 590k. It's energy spike. But it's energy spike with 3 items. This one is 26%, this is 28%, this is 32%. And it only hits this much on trash mobs. Bosses have damage reduction, especially on ridiculous. So you're not gonna see that much damage there.
You can't cast that here.
But yeah, it can hit hard. It's a hard hitter. It's one of the heaviest hitter on the Dusk Mage in the Dusk Mage arsenal. And again, as I said, I can get this to hit over 600k if I min-max my gear, wife bound it, etc. See, 374k to the boss, which is pretty nice. 374k damage to the boss with the 70% damage reduction. So 374 is with is 30% of the actual damage. So it's actually hitting for more than a million if I go on normal or practice. Celestial boots. Crit damage, bind duration, no socket. And health regen, really. But yeah, I think it's 10:14, maybe it's time to stop my stream. I'm gonna go to the city and open some gear bundles at the end of the stream so we can have some wood to look at. And tomorrow I will upload this as a build video with a lot of information of suggested items that I don't have. Like if you wanna go 3 pieces of the Celestial set, 3 pieces of the new set equipped with some more pieces in the Legendarium. Obviously then you're gonna have to put the Egg of Mayhem on your offhand slot. But I've got some ideas how this build can be amazingly fun to play with the new items. So let's go to the city to open up some gear bundles. And Terry says, Truck, do you work as a part-time from this? I don't work at all for now. It's very hard to find part-time jobs in my country, especially ones that would allow me the spare time I need to make my content, because in some days I would spend 10 hours just editing some content and updating my website. And I didn't quit my job because I started making content. I started making content because I quit my job. And I felt like it's a good thing to do. And it ended up becoming nice. I mean, right now I can't make a living from this yet. If I have to pay every single bill of an apartment by myself. But my channel is growing, so eventually I can see this happening a reality. Because in my country it's not that expensive for one person to live compared to some other countries out there. But yeah, it's all about time and patience. It takes a while to build a channel. And I'm doing my best to try and make content that I would enjoy watching and make content for games I think are fun for me. Whether my content gets discovered, it's a different story. New channels don't get discovered as much as the big ones, because most people, when they go on YouTube, they would try and watch that video with oh, Whitening Bower, nice. They would try and watch that one video with thousands of views instead of the one with less. And normally people just want to watch the content with more views, and that's understandable. That's completely understandable. And Whitening Bower, we're gonna have some fun times tomorrow with this Whitening Bower. I'm gonna try and level up, maybe either Cold Heart or Blood Drinker. I'm not sure which one and what hero. But at least I got an upgrade on my Celestial Gauntlets. Although maybe not sure if I can call it an upgrade. Because I was defense, got evasion. But at least it's good evasion. But yeah, let's collect the final few remaining pieces and then it's gonna be it for today. Oh wait, I don't have room. Oh no, don't tell me I don't have room. Ah man, okay, let's make it like this. Okay, one by one. One by one. Damage with dark spears. Okay, I don't need this. And final bundle. Radiant blast. I'm probably gonna, no, actually no socket. Let's not keep it. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. I'm just gonna quickly remove this thing before I end up selling it tomorrow because I needed it. And the rest I don't need. So yeah, thanks Truckwop for yet another evening and afternoon of watching me stream. Keep it cool until next time. And oh wait, I'm gonna quickly answer. Joy Mama, is this the Pyromancer Dusk Mage on your website? This is not. This is a new one. I wanted to make this different, so I'm not using Entropy and I'm not using Radiant Blast. And I'm not using Blazing Pillar. This is coming tomorrow on my website. It's coming as a separate build on my website and on my YouTube channel. So again, thanks for watching everyone. Keep it cool and until next time, goodbye.